Good evening, depending on where you are in the country, and good morning to you. MSNBC's live coverage of election night continues. Let's go right to House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who is speaking now.
Strong, where you can fill up your tank, feed your family, where your paychecks grow and not shrink. A new direction towards a nation that is safe, where communities are protected, law enforcement is respected, and criminals are prosecuted. A new direction towards a future that's built on freedom, where children come first and are taught to dream big. And a new direction towards a government that is accountable, where government works for you instead of against you. Republicans will work with anyone who's willing to join us to deliver this new direction that Americans have demanded. But there's no time to waste. Our work begins now. Let's get America back on track. Thank you, God bless, and good night.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy delivering a speech in D.C. The numbers for whether or not the Republicans will, in fact, as many pollsters and analysts expected, control the House are not clear right now. You can see on the right the NBC projection. At the moment, it projects the GOP with 218 seats and the Democrats with 217 seats. However, you can see the note above there, which is how we have to do things these days, is plus or minus 13 seats. So I can understand if you aren't sure who's actually going to control the House. Kevin McCarthy delivering remarks there that indicated that Republicans will take control and that he will be the Speaker, but that is far from being decided, something that I think a lot of people thought would be decided at this point in the evening. Good evening, and thanks for continuing to watch us here on MSNBC, our continuing live coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. It is 2 a.m. in the East. I'm here with my MSNBC colleagues, Jonathan Capehart, Alicia Menendez, and Ayman Mohyeddin. Of course, what you can't see in the screen is the ever-present Steve Kornacki, who's never far from us. He's here as well. Many races, and the reason Steve's here is because many races are still pending. A lot of results are still coming in. Control of Congress still very much up in the air. So far tonight, NBC News Decision Desk is projecting that Republicans will have 219 seats in the House of Representatives next year. And as I said, that projection includes a margin of error of plus or minus 13 seats. We're going to get Steve to explain what that means very shortly. 218 seats, by the way, are what are needed to control the House. So if that projection stands, Republicans would have the slimmest of majorities. But what that essentially means right now is that both parties still have a fair chance of being in control next term. And what it means is that Steve and Ayman and Alicia and Jonathan and I stand no chance of getting out of here early tonight. Now, it's largely a similar story with the Senate. NBC News has just projected a key victory for Democrats in the Pennsylvania Senate race this hour. Democrat John Fetterman is now projected to have defeated Dr. Mehmet Oz to take over the seat left open by the Republican Pat Toomey, who opted not to run for re-election. Here's what John Fetterman said just moments ago.
We held the line. I never expected that we were going to turn these red counties blue, but we did what we needed to do, and we had that conversation across every one of those counties. And tonight, that's why I'll be the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania.
All right, coming into tonight, the Senate was evenly split at 50-50. At this hour, it still looks like it's going to be close. Right now, Democrats have 48 seats. Republicans have 47. With 5 races still left to be called, including the hotly contested race in Arizona. That is still too early to call, but the Democrat incumbent Mark Kelly has 57.2% of the vote. However, only 54% of the vote is in right now, and it's coming in really slowly. We're going to talk to Steve Kornacki about why that's the case, why at this hour we only have 54% of the vote in Arizona. The Senate race in Wisconsin, still too close to call. Ron Johnson, the Republican incumbent and remarkable remarkable election denier, up by only 1.6 points, and 88%. Well, I'm looking at it now. It's 93% of the vote is now in Wisconsin, and we are still watching that one. We might not find out the final configuration of the Senate until December, because if no candidate receives more than 50% of the vote in Georgia, that race goes to a runoff between the two top candidates. That race is also still too close to call, but a runoff between Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker is looking possible right now. 96% of the vote is in there. Warnock has taken the lead, but no one's got 50%. There's also been some historic ballot measures passed tonight, particularly regarding the issue of abortion, which has been one of the biggest motivating factors for voters this year, especially for Democrats. The decision desk has projected that California, Michigan, and Vermont will become the first states to enshrine abortion rights into their state constitutions. All right, I'm here with my team. I've got Eamon, I've got Alicia, and Jonathan. It's fun being back with you. We spent a good deal of time on Sunday night, and as we closed out on Sunday night, Jonathan, you made the point that there are polls and there are people. And in the end, none of us are smart enough to know what people do. And people in America tonight have demonstrated their nuance.
Right. I said we needed to be humble. We all of those of us at this desk, those armchair pundits at home, needed to show some humility, because the people will speak. And what we're finding out, to your point, Allie, is that the American people are nuanced. They are not two-dimensional. They are not necessarily one-issue voters. And I remember folks were saying abortion has crested and no one cares. Well, we're seeing tonight that that's not true, that abortion was a big issue for people. Young people came out and vote when we've grown so used to discounting young voters, but they showed up in big numbers. I can't wait to see where the rest of, I was going to say the night goes, the morning goes, because it's fascinating to see what the American people are saying. And I have to say this. I remember waking up the morning of Election Day 2016, and the mood in the air was of foreboding for me. Something told me it was not going to be a good night from my point of view. This morning I woke up knowing all the stuff that we thought was going to happen, and still I thought, you know, this is Election Day. This is fine. This is good. Hearing from the American people tonight, my faith in the American people to be able to see what was happening and then to make their voices heard in a way that made it possible for us to be sitting here going, wait, what just happened?
Right.
It's fantastic.
The more I hear from the American people, the more I want to hear and the more questions I have. I mean, I feel like we came into this election understanding the sort of basic fundamentals. This was a midterm after a president's first election. We know the way those ordinarily go. There were crosswinds, though, right? There was Dobbs. There was the summer of action on the part of Democrats. And I'll tell you, I've been out there reporting. I was in Arizona. I was in Nevada. Nobody talked to me about IRA by name. Nobody talked to me about the CHIPS Act by name. There were people who talked about student debt relief. I will say that definitely broke through. But there was more this sense of who has my back, who cares. That language that Democrats were using in their ads was being repeated back to me in parking lots. And so I think sort of the big question coming out of this is, was it a mix of these factors that determine this vote, or was there one central thing that pushed Democrats through?
And I was going to say, I think there's a few early through lines that we can look at. As you said, American people are nuanced, but they can also hold multiple views of different things at the same time. Right. That means they can understand inflation and economic anxiety, but at the same time, as our colleagues have been pointing out, abortion is still front and center for them. They care about personal rights, individual rights, government overreach. They care about those things, and they're able to parse the politics from their reality, if that makes sense. They're able to actually say, what is it that affects me? And I'm not just going to get whipped into the frenzy by the political leaders of one party over the other. I think another big conversation that is going to emerge from this evening and this morning and the next couple of days, the future of the Republican Party.
Absolutely.
You know, you now have, when you look at the victories of a Ron DeSantis and the losses of the Trump candidates like a Mehmet Oz and a Doug Mastriano, we'll see what happens with Kari Lake. We'll see what happens elsewhere. But if you look at some of these early indicators, that is a reckoning that needs to now happen within the Republican Party.
So let's talk about that, because there are a lot of interesting races for a lot of interesting reasons. But Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Arizona have been where the election deniers have gone, election liars have gone to really plant their flag. In Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer has prevailed. In Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro prevailed by a lot. That wasn't even a close race. We again don't have enough. New
York, Kathy Hochul.
That's right. And we don't have enough votes in from Arizona to know what's going on. But those ones were the ones I was looking at the most closely, just to say, do the extreme of the extremists prevail tonight or not? In a number of the mostly contested Secretary of State races in this country, the election deniers have lost in most cases.
Right.
So there's some undercurrent here that Republicans were going all in for that has not paid off tonight.
And America is still a pro-democracy country. You still have a part
at
of
least
it.
At this hour,
At this hour of the night, you still have a big part of either, Republican base or Americans generally believe in the fundamental rights of our democracy and to accept the outcome of an election.
And the same way that people may not talk about chips or about IRA, they also may not talk about this in terms of democracy in peril, but they'll say, wow, that candidate seems really far out there. That was something I heard
entirely
over
right about that. It's not necessarily articulated as I'm going out to vote for the protection of democracy. It's you just seem like you're way out there. All right, he's here. He's here. He's trying to ignore us. He's trying to just keep on working.
We gave him a 10-minute break.
But Steve Kornacki never actually leaves. It's kind of weird because they trained me on how to use that thing in case Steve Kornacki leaves, but Steve Kornacki never leaves. Steve, talk to me. You've heard what we're talking about. Tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, I guess a couple of things. Maybe the place to start here is Nevada, where some more vote is coming in just in the last few minutes. This is Clark County. This is like 70% of the state here. And what just came in was the same day vote in Clark County, which was advantageous to Adam Laxalt, the Republican. So what you see here, that was the Clark County number. He's cut the gap to single digits there. He'd initially trailed by more than 10 points. And what that's done as well is it's cut the statewide gap here. Catherine Cortez Masto, the incumbent, 50.9%. Laxalt, her Republican challenger, about 4.5 points behind her. Also, notably, a bit of this continues to come in, a bit of a split here between the Senate race and the governor's race. In the governor's race, Steve Sisolak, the incumbent's leading. His margin, though, only 2.5 points statewide. I think we might have just got, we have Washoe County. This is the early and mail vote. This is, Reno area. These two counties, Reno and Clark, represent the vast majority of the state here. And again, Cortez Masto getting 50% out of that early and mail vote from Washoe County. In the governor's race, you can see, again, Sisolak not quite as much here. The significance of this Nevada race, obviously, to battle for control of the Senate is we've had one change of party control in a state tonight, and that is Pennsylvania. Democrats win the Pennsylvania Senate race. That's a gain. That's D+1. So just looking at the Senate control math right now, remember they came into the night 50-50, and 50-50 is good enough for Democrats to control the Senate with Kamala Harris breaking the tie. So what is left for Republicans at this point, what that means is not only do they need to find a win in a Democratic seat to offset the gain the Democrats made in Pennsylvania, they need a second win somewhere else to get to 51 and to control the Senate. So where could they get it? Well, let's just go through them quickly now to show you where they stand. In Wisconsin right now, Ron Johnson holding on to a 40,000 vote lead. There are still some Republican areas with some votes left. I think of the states I just showed you on the map, Republicans may feel best about where Wisconsin stands right now. If Johnson wins, it just means Republicans hold the seat. If Johnson loses somehow in that final batch of votes there in Wisconsin, that's just devastating to Republicans because then that would be a loss of 2 Republican-held seats. So they need Johnson to hang on there, and then that would bring it to Georgia, to Arizona, and to Nevada. And essentially, Republicans would need to win 2 of those 3, or Democrats would retain control of the Senate. So where do those stand? In Georgia, we are inching closer to 100% of the vote here, now up to 96. And look at this. The gap here between Herschel Walker, Raphael Warnock continues to hover just over 10,000 votes, with, critically, that Libertarian candidate Chase Oliver getting 2%. Neither candidate, Warnock nor Walker, at 50%. And if no one goes above 50%, they have a runoff election on December 6th. That looms as a very real possibility in Georgia. Then you take a look at Arizona, where, again, we get big batches of early vote that was dropped off till right before the weekend in Maricopa County, in Pima County. We're starting to get the same-day vote. You see the Democrats jump to a big lead with those initial batches of early vote. Now the question is the same-day vote, and it's going to be reported out apparently hourly from Maricopa overnight. You want to see, are Republicans able to make this competitive with that early vote, with that same-day vote? But we're not going to get an answer, I think, in Arizona for a little while, and it's true in Nevada as well. The counting can take days in both of those states. But basically, Republicans are in a position where they need Johnson to hang on in Wisconsin, and then they need 2 out of these 3, and there is the possibility of a December 6th runoff in Georgia. So if you had a scenario where Johnson hung on, where Republicans won Nevada and where Georgia went to a runoff, then we'd be in a situation where Senate control would come down to the Georgia runoff, and we wouldn't know the answer until December 6th.
Imagine that. Waiting for Georgia. Alaska, you're not worried about. That's not a thing that's going to change control of the Senate.
Well, the issue in Alaska is it's 2 Republicans who are, and you're starting to see the numbers come in here. Kelly Tshibaka, Lisa Murkowski, they're going to do this ranked choice voting instant runoff that'll take place later. But you could see right away that it's 2 Republicans gobbling up almost 90%.
Let me ask you something about Wisconsin. We're still waiting on that. We've got a lot of count in Wisconsin but is Milwaukee all in?
What we got in, it's not all in, no. You could see about 80%. What we got from Milwaukee, though, was usually at the very end of the night or close to it, the absentee, the mail vote comes in. And we got that a little while ago. Barnes won it. It was something on the order of 55,000 to 7,000, something like that. So banked a huge chunk of votes from that. And you see in some of these other counties here, core Republican counties right outside Milwaukee, there's also vote to come. There's a lot of pockets here where Johnson can also gain votes here and potentially offset what Barnes gets out of Milwaukee. Barnes is not over yet. This hasn't been called, but Johnson can point to some things here that are promising for him. And again, this is a state where the governor's race has already been called for the Democrat. Tony Evers has been reelected, so you do see Johnson outperforming the Republican gubernatorial candidate by about 3 points.
Steve, thank you. I think the important part here for Steve is that there's a lot of stuff that's still going to happen tonight. We're going to see, particularly in Arizona, which is moving very, very slowly. We've gone from 53 to 54 to 55% over the course of about 2 hours. So it's moving slowly, but we will probably get updates on that through the course of the night and learn more about the potential Senate control as it relates to Arizona. Stay with us. We're back after a quick break.
Joining us now, Rick Hasson. He is a professor of law and political science at the UCLA School of Law, the director of Safeguarding Democracy Project, and an MSNBC election law analyst. Thank you for being here. We've all been speaking about the fate of democracy as we know it ahead of this election. Where do you see democracy going after tonight?
Well, I mean, the good news is that in at least some places, election deniers didn't get elected to office. It was one of the things I was really worried about is Doug Mastriano, who was running to be governor of Pennsylvania. He lost his election. He would have had the power to appoint a Secretary of State, and he had said that he wouldn't have certified the presidential election in 2020 for Joe Biden. So that's one risk that has disappeared. We also have had a number of Trumpist candidates conceding their elections. That's something that, is good news. I mean, it's a low bar, but it's good news. Still waiting to see what happens in Arizona. I think that's kind of ground zero for all of this, and it's too early to know how things are going to play out there. And if someone like Kari Lake, if she loses the governor's election, if she's actually going to concede her election.
And you've written about the way election denialism has taken hold of a certain segment of Republican voters. There's a good chance some of the election deniers we've seen on ballots nationwide win. Explain what that could mean for the future of elections.
Well, so people who are going to be running elections who've said that the 2020 election was stolen, either they believe this, in which case they're gullible and they probably shouldn't be running elections, or they're lying, in which case it's hard to trust them. And I think even if some of these election deniers run their elections as fairly as possible, there's going to be new doubts on the left. when these election deniers are going to announce election results. And so I'm worried that we're going to get into a cycle where even more people are going to lose faith in our process. And, you can't have a democracy unless people believe that we're having free and fair elections and that the results that are announced actually reflect the will of the people.
Right. And in addition, hi, it's Alicia Menendez, Rick. In addition to election deniers, there are also these conspiracy theories, some of which exist on the far right fringes of the internet. There are also conspiracy theories that are pushed by some of these election deniers. It really undermines faith in the entire process. And I wonder, even though there are people who weren't elected tonight, that is still baked, right? That is still in the ether. How do you undo that piece, that basic distrust?
Right. It's really a problem, and getting people's trust back in this era when misinformation and disinformation spread so easily, not just on social media, but on certain news networks and the whole network of people who are making money by spreading election lies and feeding people lies to make them feel better about election losses. That's not going to go away. And so really what you need to do is find a coalition of reasonable people, from the left and the right who agree in principles of free and fair elections. And I do have some hope in seeing some of the results tonight that, the American people are going to reject the most extreme candidates and support those who want to continue American democracy.
I like that coalition of reasonable people. Rick Hasen, thank you very much for being here. And stay with us. More continuing election coverage next.
All right, so we may not find out the final configuration of the Senate until December because, as Steve was just explaining, the Georgia Senate race, if no candidate receives more than 50% of the vote in Georgia, that race will go to a runoff between the top two candidates. And that race is still too close to call. But a runoff between Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and his Republican challenger Herschel Walker is looking possible at the moment. The other big race in Georgia tonight, the gubernatorial race, Republican incumbent Brian Kemp once again beating Stacey Abrams. Let's go live to Atlanta, Georgia, where NBC News correspondents Allison Barber and Blaine Alexander are standing by. Allison, this late in the night, you were at the Herschel Walker campaign. Tell us a little bit about what you've been seeing, how they are feeling as these results roll in.
Hey, Eamon. Yeah, so as you said, we have not called this race, but the chief operating officer for Georgia's Secretary of State just tweeted, while county officials are still doing the detailed work on counting the votes, we feel it is safe to say there will be a runoff for the U.S. Senate here in Georgia, slated for December 6th. That's a tweet from Gabe Sterling. As for the candidates, the mood, both Walker and Warnock delivered similar messages to supporters tonight, saying this is going to be a very long night, but we feel good. The Secretary of State's office here, they say that there are still about 33,000 early votes outstanding that have not yet been counted in Columbia County. That's a county that Donald Trump won back in 2020 with 62% of the vote. Biden had 36% there. Walker's campaign, having conversations with them, they're pointing to that county, those outstanding ballots, as a positive sign for their candidate. When I last spoke with them, they were confident, adamant that they think they can eke out a win. At the same time, Warnock's campaign is also telling us they feel really good. A source close to Warnock's campaign told me that they always knew it would come down to the wire, but securing a runoff in this environment or squeaking out an outright win would be big. Either way, right now, Walker and Warnock are a little under 14,000 votes between the two of them. You said it off the top. Steve has said it many times tonight, but the magic number here really is 50.01%. If no candidate hits that threshold, it goes to a runoff in December. And right now, the numbers that we're seeing, what we're hearing from the Secretary of State, it looks like we will not have a winner in this anytime soon.
All right, Allison, stay with us. We're going to cross over to Blaine Alexander outside of the Stacey Abrams headquarters. Blaine, a very different night for Stacey Abrams than just a couple of years ago. Obviously a national figure, a lot of national momentum behind her going into this race. It just did not pan out. How are they taking the loss? How are they explaining the loss at this moment?
You know, Eamon, I think really one of the most striking things to look at here with this outcome is the margin. As you said, this was a rematch. So 4 years ago, we know that Brian Kemp defeated Stacey Abrams. Back then, it was less than 2 percentage points. Tonight, she lost by more than 8 percentage points. So certainly a much larger margin of victory for Governor Brian Kemp. Covering politics here in Georgia, I can tell you that there were a couple of reasons I think that a lot of people would point to for that. One, this is a very different race than back in 2018. At the time, Brian Kemp was a Trump-endorsed candidate. He is somebody who ran ads brandishing a shotgun and other things. And it's something that his campaign told me this time around likely alienated some voters who thought he was too far to the right. Well, their strategy this time around was to really focus on his record, point to his record over the past 4 years of governing, and hope to win over some perhaps moderate Republicans who didn't vote for him last time around. That was something they saw as their key to victory. Another thing, though, is, of course, we look back at 2020. That's when Georgia flipped blue, and that's also when a lot of people looked and said, okay, this could have the makings for a Stacey Abrams victory. Well, this is a very different territory now than we were back in 2020. Certainly the common enemy that Democrats rallied behind and getting Trump out of office, that's no longer the case, and that's something that likely hurt Stacey Abrams in the end. Here's a little bit from what she had to say tonight, followed by Governor Brian Kemp's victory speech. Take a look.
And let me begin by offering congratulations to Governor Brian Kemp. Our state has experienced one soul-crushing crisis after another over the past few years. But even during these trying times, the fighting spirit of Georgia has prevailed.
The media, the national Democrats, those billionaire donors, the left-wing activists, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Oprah, and Stacey Abrams threw everything they had at us for the second time in a row. But you know what we did, y'all? We kept shopping, and tonight, we stopped Stacey and saved Georgia.
And Eamon, a quick note about the mood inside the room at Stacey Abrams' campaign headquarters. She ended with a rather fiery speech, essentially saying that we may not write the book tonight, but there's always another chapter. Eamon.
All right, NBC's Blaine Alexander and Allison Barber in Atlanta for us this evening. Thanks to the both of you. Look, guys, I think Georgia is a fascinating
as a resident Georgian.
Yeah, former. I think it is a fascinating case study. I mean, you look at the dynamics of what has played out tonight. Brian Kemp handedly defeating Stacey Abrams in a rematch that I think a lot of people thought was going to be much closer. Herschel Walker still very much in the race. Now, you want to talk about candidate quality. I don't think out of all of the candidates that have run in this election cycle, Herschel Walker is probably...
Yeah, when McConnell talked
the lowest
about
level of quality
problem, Herschel Walker
is the poster child of that quality.
And he tripped up several times after McConnell mentioned that there was a candidate quality problem.
Tripped up? I mean, yeah, he tripped up, but then all of these children came from out of everywhere, and then other stories about, you know, demanding that girlfriends have abortions. I mean, yeah, that gets to candidate quality, but the idea, it's always been, to me, galling that this race between Herschel Walker and Reverend Senator Raphael Warnock was even close.
Right.
And here we are, possibly going into a runoff.
Possibly going into a runoff, which, I don't know, we can have the discussion about then what does that mean, especially when that third-party guy who's siphoned off so many votes won't be in the race.
Chase Oliver, I think.
But in a runoff, will it be a decisive win either way?
Well, except, Alicia, the runoff becomes a national election because this could be once again, as it was in 2020, this could be the deciding factor in who controls the Senate.
And a lot of it comes down to getting people re-excited, saying, I know you're, I mean, the good thing here is they have some muscle memory for this, both as organizers and as voters. I need to say, though, win or lose, Stacey Abrams has proven herself to be a transformational political character. That does not change with the electoral loss. And I think it would also be a mistake. A lot of people are going to look at the state and they're going to say, not only did Stacey Abrams lose, but her playbook lost, right? Her argument that you need to invest over a period of time and go into communities that have ordinarily been neglected and put a big longitudinal investment there, that lesson needs to stick. There's still an argument for what she has been doing.
And let's also remember that, yes, she was a candidate for governor, but she also formed an organization. Like, she's not just a candidate. She's a strategist.
She built it from the ground up. Yeah.
From the ground up. And we're going to see that apparatus at play if indeed Georgia goes into a run.
100%. Candidates come and go. That infrastructure, so long as it is invested for, it's forever.
Well, listen, people said that she single-handedly delivered the 2 Senate seats back in 2020 to both Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock precisely because of what you said. The infrastructure that was there from her first run was able to get those two across the finish line when they needed it. So we'll see if it happens again, if this does go into a runoff on December 6th, I believe it is.
December 6th.
Let me just show you things in Georgia, because it's important to understand this, because we're going to be talking about Georgia now quite possibly for a long time. We have 96% of the vote in right now, and we call it too close to call. Now, at some juncture, this moves from being too close to call to it's a runoff, right? The Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, by the way, has been reelected there. This will be decided to be a runoff if nobody gets to 49 to 50%. Right now, it's not clear that that'll happen tonight or tomorrow night. It may not happen. In other words, we may go into a runoff. Now, take a look at the map of Georgia and how this has changed. Eamon, you've lived there. I've lived there. What's evolved here is you've got certain centers around which Democrats win, and then the rest of the state, including where Marjorie Taylor Greene runs, for instance, where sometimes a Democratic candidate doesn't run. A Democratic candidate did actually run against her. But you've got the 9 counties around Atlanta, right, which are decisive. Voter turnout matters here. Around Savannah, around Augusta, around Columbus, and then some other places. This is how Georgia gets decided. Where do people come out to vote? And that, to Alicia's point about Stacey Abrams, is really a lot about Stacey Abrams. She orchestrated, she and other organizers in Georgia who remain the example for America in terms of organizing are the people who have figured out, all right, we got people in here who are going to vote Democratic. How do we get them registered? How do we overcome hurdles to registration? How do we get them out to vote on Election Day? You look at the abortion questions that have been on the ballot, starting in Kansas in the summer, but tonight in Michigan, in Kentucky, it's still close. I don't know if we've called that yet, but there's a vote to ban abortion in the Constitution. That is not succeeding, or was not succeeding as of an hour ago. We've got an abortion question in California. We've got a few others on the ballot. These are organizational politics. Stacey Abrams on Saturday, when I talked to her, said this isn't just about the polling. It's about who comes out to vote and whether they can vote. So Stacey Abrams lost her election. The Reverend Senator Raphael Warnock has not won his election tonight and may have to face a runoff. But what you've got here is not just demographics, but it's the idea that in Georgia, which to me still remains ground zero for this effort to say your vote matters. You can change the history of what happens, but you got to get out there and vote. And I suspect that tonight doesn't get resolved tonight or tomorrow night or whatever the case is, and we may still be looking at the balance of power in the United States Senate until December when that runoff takes place. But it's useful to remember when you look at maps of Georgia, when you look at maps of Pennsylvania, and you look at maps even of Arizona, that it is these centers of population, how they've emerged, and how people go out to actually cast their ballots, and how organizers depend on that.
Ali, thank you very much. Stick around. We're going to squeeze in a quick break and pick it up right on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Nearly 35 million Latinos were eligible to vote in elections this year. That is according to Pew Research, making them the second largest racial ethnic group of eligible voters. Tonight, the impact of the Latino voter has been felt across the key states of Florida and Texas, and in some unexpected ways. Joining me now, Cristobal Alex, former president of Latino Victory Project, former senior advisor to the Joe Biden campaign, and MSNBC political analyst. Also with us, Maria Teresa Kumar, president and CEO of Voto Latino. She is an MSNBC contributor. It is good to see you both. Cristobal, I want to start with you and all of the attention that was lavished on the Rio Grande Valley, those 3 districts in Texas. The one that was drawn for Republicans went to a Republican, but the 2 that there was a lot of consternation over were held by Democrats. Your thoughts on what happened there?
Yeah, exactly right. What we saw across the board tonight is that there was no red wave, and that is especially true when it comes to Latinos. And if you look at the Rio Grande Valley in Texas, people had written off those 3 congressional seats some time ago, but this is why you wait until Election Day to see what actually happens. And of course, you had 2 Latino Democrats hold their seats. Of course, the 15th district was lost because of redistricting, but a big night for Democrats in the Valley, and it really pushes back against this misperception that Latinos are somehow trending very aggressively towards Republicans. That's simply not true.
So, Maria Teresa Kumar, part of the reason that we have this conversation about whether or not Republicans are making inroads with Latinos is what is happening in Florida. So I want your thoughts about what we saw out of Florida, understanding that the narrative for the night will not be written until we see what happens in Arizona and we see what happens in Nevada.
So, Alicia, you and I, we've had these conversations so many times. Florida is an outlier, not only for the Democrats in the Latino community, but quite frankly, as a whole. I mean, Chris Christie was their gubernatorial candidate as a Democrat, and he used to be a Republican. Let's remind each other of that. And this is, I think, when you're looking at where is the Latino vote really going to trend, where are the tea leaves, it is in a place like Texas, and it is a place like Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada. And I say this because the fun fact about Florida is that young Latino voters will never eclipse older Latino voters in Florida. But you know where they've already eclipsed older Latino voters? In Texas, in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in Nevada, in Arizona, in Colorado. And that is why Voto Latino has been in these states for the last 15 years. Because in 2004, Latinos became the 2nd largest demographic, but we didn't become of voting age until 2018. And what that means is that we need to cultivate this audience all the time and talk to them. And you started the segment saying that 34 million Latinos were eligible to vote this election. That's true. But our biggest challenge in the Latino community is that only 16 million of us are registered. We have a voter registration deficit. And that's because we have almost 1 million Latino youth turning 18 every single year. Greg Abbott knows this. That's one of the reasons why he created so much voting restrictions in the state of Texas last year. One included that you couldn't register to vote in temporary housing. So if you lived in a dorm, for example, you couldn't register to vote there. Voto Latino brought in a lawsuit. It's still in the courts because he recognizes that the future of Texas is through the young Latino vote, and only through a gerrymandered, heavily gerrymandered district was a Latino able to win for the Republicans.
Cristobal, I want to underscore something I've already said, which is we still have to see what happens in Nevada. We still need to see what happens in Arizona. It is why we will have Ali Velshi at that big board all night walking us through those numbers. But given the information that we have, if you are a leader in the Democratic Party, what is the conversation you are having tomorrow about how Latino voters performed in this election? I guess it's today. Well, I forgot that we're already in the morning. So today, what's the conversation you're having?
Good morning. Yeah, depending on where you are, exactly right. But we're waiting to see what happens in Nevada and Arizona and other places where Latinos really do hold the future in their hands. In a place like Nevada, you really need about 2/3 of the Latino vote to win there. And I think right now we're on track. And if I am advising the party, a candidate or others, I would say, number one, great work getting to where we are right now. Democrats are in the fight right now, simply, I think, in a lot of these places because of Latino voters and other important parts of what I call the Biden coalition. Young voters included, women voters, African-American voters, Asian voters, especially in places like Las Vegas. But we've got to wait and see how these turn out. The last piece of this I'll say is, we've got some incredible new blood coming into the Democratic Party. You've got some big wins tonight in other places. And I think what it tells us is that the future really is Latino, but it's such a fast-growing community, as Maria Teresa was pointing out, in a very young community, that while they lean Democratic and they believe in democratic principles, you really have to continuously try to persuade Latino voters because they're so young and fast-growing. You've got to continue to engage them. And so the Democratic Party, like the Republican Party, has to continue to invest. And most importantly, I think, and the Biden administration has done a great job of this, I think the most favorable administration we've ever had toward Latinos is to continue to push on the policies and lean in on the policies that Latinos care most about. And they've done a great job with that.
Maria Teresa Kumar, there were also some big firsts. Max Frost, Delia Ramirez, the first Latina elected from the Midwest. It's an interesting moment.
Well, and what's exciting is that you're going to see, first of all, with Maxwell Frost, he's the first Gen Zer, Afro-Latino, openly gay, coming out of Florida. So when folks say Florida's completely lost, not completely. But you also see Delia Garcia. You're going to have the largest Latino class in Congress that we've ever seen in our nation's history. And those are great wins. But back to Nevada and Arizona. We are seeing Latinos performing close to their 2018 level, with the exception of young Latino voters. And that should be a concern only because the way most people go out and reach out to vote Latino voters as a whole are high propensity voters. Latinos, because we're disproportionately young in Arizona and Nevada, may not have been receiving that phone call that we needed from the party. And so it's going to be grassroots organizations that have been doing terrific work on the ground that's going to make all the difference in this election.
Cristobal, Alex, Maria Teresa Kumar, as always, thank you both. You all know I have been talking about this nonstop, so it's important to me to make sure. And again, we do not have all the information that we need because we are waiting for Nevada, because we're waiting for Arizona.
We're going to be waiting for a while, by the way, for those two. I've been reading stuff from Maricopa County. They're going to be counting for a while. I will remind everybody of this. We're going to keep on getting information every hour from Arizona. We're going to get closer to understanding what's going on. When we look at those Arizona results, we've got 55%, I think, of the vote in right now. And the deniers are not winning at the moment, which is incredible because you and I were both there in the last 2 weeks. They've run powerful campaigns. I'll give it to them. It's actually, I think, more fun to be an election denier or an election liar than to be a reasonable human because it's just more fun. You can say more interesting things. Here's what I'm talking about. 56% in. At the moment, Mark Kelly's lead in that race is substantial. Steve Kornacki was saying the Republicans need 2 gains now. They went into the night needing 1 gain, right? They needed to win 1 seat. We are not sure what's going to happen in Georgia. That could be a Democratic loss if Raphael Warnock doesn't win it and then doesn't win it in a runoff. So that's their hopes are pinned at the moment with the remarkable Herschel Walker as a candidate. But they need to pick up somewhere else. They need it in Nevada. They need it in Arizona. They didn't get it in Pennsylvania with John Fetterman now winning. Wisconsin continues to be a close race. It's undecided, but that's already Ron Johnson. He's a Republican. So this is the only map. This is the only possible road to victory for control of the Senate. They've got to get 2 out of those 3 places, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. We are not likely to get Georgia tonight. This is what's going on in Wisconsin. Take a look at this. 93% of the vote is in. Very, very close, 37,542. However, most of the votes in the places where Mandela Barnes has performed the strongest or is likely to have come in. So we're still waiting for that. Again, 93% with 37,000 votes separated. You never know what can happen right there. But it won't matter in terms of control of the Senate.
Yeah, I had a Wisconsin Democratic official who reminded me that the fact that we are still talking about this Senate race.
Correct. Yeah.
They called it a staggering achievement in and of itself.
But Ron Johnson, if you recall, when he was elected, was what you called a mainstream Republican. Normal Republican.
Before he took that hard turn.
Very hard turn.
Down to election denialismville. But I think it's also interesting, and this is one of the running themes that we've been talking about as well, and Chris Hayes was pointing it out earlier, is this idea of a split ticket in many of these states where you have, the governor of Wisconsin, obviously.
Winning, Tony Evers,
Yeah, exactly, winning, staying firmly in Democratic hands, but then possibly, and we still don't know, but possibly the Senate staying in Republican hands. We see that again in a place like Georgia. Obviously in Pennsylvania, you had the Doug Mastriano defeat at the hands of Josh Shapiro, and now Fetterman defeating.
But even there, that was an interesting race because Josh Shapiro defeated Mastriano by so many votes, and the Fetterman-Oz race was substantially closer.
Exactly.
Let me give you one more tidbit about Wisconsin, though, which I thought was interesting, which is that it always swings against the president party 28 out of the last 32 races. So what Evers has pulled off there is pretty anomalous.
And I want to point out one other thing about Wisconsin and Senator Johnson's closing message, which
Tell us about that, because you made a reference to it on Sunday night. But for those who hadn't seen it, tell us a little bit about what happened.
Well, Senator Johnson's closing message was decidedly racist and racial against the Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, who obviously is African American. And the idea that Johnson ran on that closing argument, and that race is still as close as it is, says to me that the people of Wisconsin saw through what Ron Johnson was doing and did not allow racism and fear dictate how they were going to vote. If racism still had the power and hold over the electorate that it has had in the past, I'm not saying racism is over or anything like that, don't get me wrong, but if it had the same power as it had in the past, we would be talking about Ron Johnson has held on to his seat.
Right.
And that's not what we're talking about.
Especially because there was a steady drumbeat of that throughout this campaign.
For weeks, if not months, from Senator Johnson.
They decided to make it their closing argument because, and you know how closing arguments work. You look at all the options you got and you say, what's the stickiest thing? If that was all they had, right? It's like they didn't have another message to pivot to.
Right.
All they had was that line of text.
I will say, because, I go back to talk about Pennsylvania all I can because I spent a lot of time there. Alan Smith, our reporter there, has tweeted out what would have been an unthinkable result in Pennsylvania is now in play. Democrats winning the governor and Senate battles, winning all 3 of the swing House seats, and taking control of the state House for the first time in more than a decade. And, of course, our friend Michael Cohen retweeted that and said, Democrats need to send a Christmas card to Doug Mastriano. So, in Pennsylvania, that succeeded. In Wisconsin, it hasn't fully succeeded, right? Ron Johnson becoming an unusual character hasn't fully settled in, and what we are waiting to see is whether it worked in Arizona.
I think in Wisconsin, what's interesting also is the incumbency factor. I think that's not something
that's a good point.
Right.
Ron
Johnson is an incumbent. He's a known name in Wisconsin.
That's
and there is, to your point about whether or not that he made that hard turn down election denialism, where people still giving him the benefit of the doubt, saying, "Hey, that's not the Ron Johnson we know. You're talking like that, maybe just to please a few folks in Washington and maybe down in Mar-a-Lago, but we know who you were." I don't think.
Yeah, Mastriano's not a known entity.
Mehmet Oz was not a known. Mehmet Oz is not even known in Pennsylvania.
He's known for something else, right? He's known very well in New Jersey. But Kerry Lake is a known personality as a journalist, but not as a politician. So.
Exactly. So we'll see how that lands with the voters in those states, whether or not they're able. And we've been talking about how they can differentiate and give that nuance on certain issues. We'll see if they can also give it to candidates when it comes to this issue of election denialism and being pro-Trump or not.
Well, it's been a long night for some of you, but we're just getting started here. Coming up, we're going to be speaking with the California Congresswoman Maxine Waters, the incumbent Secretary of State Adrian Fontes from Arizona, who is still awaiting election results in his own race, the former Illinois Congressman Joe Walsh, and many others. Another hour of our special 2022 midterm coverage begins right now. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the midterm elections. I'm Ali Velshi. It is 3 o'clock here in New York. It is now tomorrow, even in California. The polls may be closed, but counting is still in full swing. Here's where we stand at this hour. While NBC News cannot project control of the House at this moment, and that is a wild thing to say. Just let me remind you, at 3 in the morning, we are not able to project who will control the House of Representatives in an election where people thought the most obvious thing in the world is that at this point, at least we'd know that much, that Republicans are in control. Our decision desk has released an estimate. Now, this one's tricky. It appears that the red wave might have been more like a red splash. Republicans are poised to win 219 seats. You need 218 to control the chamber. However, like everything else with a projection, there's a margin of error, and our margin of error is now plus or minus 10 seats. Okay, so just keep that in mind. 216 for the Democrats, 219 for the Republicans. That is a projection, plus or minus 10, which means anybody could actually win it at this point. The Senate still up for grabs. Right now, Democrats control 48 seats. That's what they've won tonight, compared to 47 for the Republicans. There are still 5 races to be called. However, we can call one key Senate race that we've had our eye on in this cycle. NBC News can project the Democrat John Fetterman, the winner of the Pennsylvania Senate race, beating out the Republican Mehmet Oz, bringing an end to one of the most contentious and expensive campaigns in this cycle. In the Pennsylvania race for governor, NBC News projects that Democrat Josh Shapiro, the attorney general of that state, handily beating out the Republican Doug Mastriano, for whom we could spend an hour talking. Over in Georgia, the Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock and his Republican opponent Herschel Walker are neck and neck. NBC News calling this race too close to call, 96% in. However, Georgia requires candidates to win a majority of the vote. Someone's got to get more than 50%, which means if neither Warnock nor Walker win more than 50%, we are likely headed for a runoff. I believe that's December 6th, right? Here's the Reverend Warnock just a short time ago.
I may be a little tired for now, but whether it's later tonight or tomorrow or 4 weeks from now, we will hear from the people of Georgia.
And remember last time, right, when it was a runoff in Georgia, how that, particularly because it was about control for the Senate, which it may be again, that, of course, becomes like a national election. Everybody's all about Georgia. Michigan, the race for governor, Democratic incumbent Gretchen Whitmer is the projected winner over the election denier. I'm going to just be polite for a moment, Tudor Dixon. And here are the results of an important ballot proposal in Michigan. A majority of Michiganders have voted to approve a ballot proposal that will amend the state's constitution to codify abortion rights. Both Vermont and California have passed similar measures as well tonight. And there are eyes on Kentucky. Look at this one. This one's remarkably interesting. An amendment to remove the right to an abortion is on the ballot. It's the same idea. It would enshrine it in the state's constitution. So it's the opposite. Republicans are projected to win in most races in the state, but the amendment is trailing in that support. Again, too close to call on this one, 82% in right now, but it's 51-49. There are no other races in Kentucky tonight that are 51-49.
Right, Kentucky.
Right.
Kentucky, a reliably conservative state.
Yeah.
Very
Mitch McConnell.
It reminds me of something, though, that I heard after we sort of watched this out of Kansas, which is, again, people talk about this differently depending on where you are. In the case of Kansas, it really was this rejection of government overreach.
Yes, don't take my rights away.
Yes. Yes, there's no need for us to codify the lack of a right in a constitution, you know, and so...
That's an important distinction. It's not the embrace of abortion rights.
For some, it may have been.
It may have been for some.
But not for the totality. And they put together an interesting coalition. I mean, Kansas is also, you know, a little bit different. There is a progressive swath, a progressive history in Kansas that there may not be in some of these other states. But still, the fact that people came, they voted for a Republican, and they still stated... I don't want you messing with this fundamental right.
Which may be a similar impulse. I mean, they're different states, but it may be a similar impulse, right? Might be Kentuckians saying, I'm not sure I want to codify the absence of a right or the taking away of a right. So it's interesting because, Jonathan, you and I were together on Sunday morning when our new polling came out, indicating that abortion's not up there. It may be an individual's #1 issue, but it's not up there in the, you know, in the ranking of issues for people. But this is the nuance and texture that we've been talking about, right? People can say, I like this, but don't take away these rights.
Well, it's clear after what we've seen tonight, whether it is through the candidates who supported the issue of abortion rights and reproductive rights, or whether it was a single ballot measure like what we're talking about here in Kentucky, it was on the minds of people. But people and the voters are more nuanced, and they say, you know, what matters to them in the urgent need was perhaps inflation and the economic anxiety, but nonetheless, abortion was a motivating factor. And how do we know that? Not just because these ballot measures have passed in these handful of states. but also because of the participation and the turnout of young people and particularly women. And again, it was a point that was made earlier that you can't have something that fundamentally impacts half of our population and that not be a motivating factor in going to the into the ballot box. It may not be the sole issue, it may not be the most important issue, but it was an issue. And I think that was the outlier in how this has been playing out over the past couple of hours.
And that's what I keep going back to the interview I did with Josh Shapiro a couple of weeks ago when I asked him, which issue are you hearing about from on the campaign trail? And is it abortion? Is it threats to democracy? He said, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. And I think we make a mistake when we think that people only focus on one thing to the detriment of something else. And people were saying, oh, but look, abortion is way down here. People don't care about it. And what we're learning tonight is, no. People do care about it, and when they have the option to actually say something about it, they vote in the affirmative, meaning the right should be codified, or this right shouldn't be taken away, or maybe in the case of Kentucky, government shouldn't even be here, so leave it alone.
It just strikes me that when the four of us were together on Sunday night doing our warm-up routine, we were having a conversation about what the Republican legislative agenda could look like should they take control of the House. And I wonder now, if you are Republicans and you are watching these results pour
You got to read the room.
You got to read the room. I mean, I'm not sure, based on that speech that Kevin McCarthy was giving, that he was reading the room.
Was not reading the room.
But that is.
But when you think of Lindsey Graham wanting to pass a national ban on abortion after 15 weeks, you have to, to your point, if you're a Republican leader, you have to ask yourself why. Unless you're doing this for purely a moral outrage, that's something that you believe in and that's motivating you, but you have nothing to gain by trying to push a ban that has now been rejected in a handful of states. And the candidates who ran on these extreme positions on reproductive rights have been categorically rejected in some of these states. It is a losing cause for you, the idea that you would pick it up, because you wouldn't want to take an issue in which 60% of your base that is supportive of reproductive rights and try to make it a national issue. It's just it's not good politics, and Americans have already rejected that based on what we're seeing tonight.
Especially when you look at groups of swing voters, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if your core constituency is always going to be with you, but every election you're going to be persuading a group. Part of what this has demonstrated is that that group is saying you are going too far. Steve Kornacki, you look a little different over there.
I've changed my pants. I want to just I want to tell you a couple of things here. This is Pennsylvania, which is, by the way, the Senate pickup, right? This is why the Democrats have an extra seat now, and the Republicans need to gain 2 in order to gain control of the Senate. This is the governor's race, 93%, and Josh Shapiro cleaning the floor with Doug Mastriano, 55.3 to 42.8. Okay, that one isn't even close. And take a look. This is what I was telling you about Georgia a little while ago, right? There are population centers where Democrats tend to do well in Pennsylvania. There's Erie, there's Pittsburgh, there's Philadelphia, Allentown, Scranton, Harrisburg. That's the capital, right? These are generally where it goes. And I'm going to switch this map right now over to the Senate, the Senate race. You only see a couple of counties here that went for Josh Shapiro that didn't go for John Fetterman. We got 93% of the race in here. This is now called for John Fetterman. The spread, very, very different, right? 50% for Fetterman, 47.5 for Oz. This was a much closer race. Speaks to that split ticket. There were people who voted for Josh Shapiro who then voted for Mehmet Oz. That's interesting unto itself. Now let's go to, as you said, there are only 5 open Senate races, but we know that Alaska is going to go to Republican because the 2 top candidates there are Republicans. If Wisconsin goes to Ron Johnson, it won't matter for the balance of power because that's already a Republican seat. So you only got Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona to look at. Let's look at Arizona right now. We only have 56% of the vote in, both for the Senate race and the governor's race. Right now, Mark Kelly is ahead 56% to Blake Masters 41%. Now, that's a big spread. Blake Masters is one of the key election deniers in this country right now, but only 56% of the vote is in right now. Let's look at the governor race here. The current Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs, who, of course, has been very, very involved in all the fraud and election stuff that was going on. She's been fighting that. She's leading by quite a margin here. Again, 55 to 44 at the moment. But this is the thing you got to look at right now. 56% 50% of the vote is in right now. We've been very, very focused on this county here, which is Maricopa County, which is where Phoenix is. But I want to take this down to Tucson right now. Much of Tucson, by the way, on the border, immigration and things like that become a very big concern. Let's go to Tucson, where Aaron McLaughlin is standing by. Aaron, what's the situation where you are? Once again, we are watching Arizona like we were last time, over and over again. We will probably spend hours, if not days, watching Arizona. We want more than 56% of the vote in, but we're not getting it right now.
Yeah, that's right. And it's something that Senator Mark Kelly addressed to a theater full of his supporters at a watch party just hours ago, at the same time telling his supporters that he's confident in today, but also saying, quote, it doesn't look like we will have the final results for a little while. That measured tone in stark contrast to the Republican candidate for governor, Kari Lake. She says that she expects, when she was talking to her supporters, to be able to declare victory in, quote, hours, calling out at the same time the, quote, cheaters and crooks. Take a listen.
We had a big day today, and don't let those cheaters and crooks think anything different. Don't let them doubt. Don't let them put doubt in you.
She's also, of course, supported by Donald Trump, also denies the 2020 election results, calling into question these elections. And what happened in Maricopa County today, the Republicans are seizing on glitches that took place at voting centers, feeding further those conspiracy theories. According to election officials in Maricopa County, about a fourth of all voting centers had issues counting some of the votes. They said that they had backup systems in place, that this election was not compromised. As a result, nevertheless, the Republicans seizing on that issue, taking the issue today to court to try and keep those polls open in Maricopa for a couple more hours. It was something denied by the judge, but as we wait for further results, certainly further feeding those conspiracy theories that have been pushed by the Republicans, Ali.
Aaron, it's Ayman here. When you look at what has happened today with what you just described, with what has been said in right-wing media circles, our colleague Ben Collins has been talking about how this situation in Arizona has been playing out online, what colleagues in other networks have been saying, and, of course, Kari Lake, being an election denier herself, fueling that with the language that she was just using there a short while ago, talking about cheaters and crooks. How is that actually playing out, though, with ordinary Arizonians? Do you get a sense from the people that are around you that you've been hearing from that they are feeling something nefarious as the right wing is trying to fuel in Arizona?
Well, I was outside a polling center here in Tucson. Some voters were telling me it was the extremism that was coming from the Republicans that was driving them to the polls to vote for the likes of Mark Kelly. Others were telling me they were there at the polls to make their thoughts be known on the economy, inflation hitting the state of Arizona extremely hard. Others telling me they were there to vote on the issue of abortion. So overall, I think it's a mixed bag in terms of the conspiracy theories themselves. That's something that is very much playing out online. And if you're not on the internet, you're not on social media, that is very much a distant reality, very, very far away from voters here in Arizona. It's interesting when you hear Mark Kelly and his approach when speaking to the electorate. He's trying to strike a more bipartisan approach, reaching across the aisle. His ability, he says, to work with the Republicans while at the same time challenging the Biden administration on immigration, another key issue here in Arizona. And it's that approach that he hopes really resonates with those independent voters here in Arizona that political scientists tell me are absolutely critical. Getting those independent voters out to vote in favor of the Democrats could be a decisive factor in this race, guys.
Aaron, thank you. We, of course, will stay close to you, so if you get more information, let us know. We are all eyes on Georgia and all eyes on Arizona tonight. Aaron McLaughlin in Tucson, Arizona. You know, there's sort of two kinds of places where Republicans have done something tonight. There's the Pennsylvania stuff where they've looked at Doug Mastriano and said, nah, not so much, and they voted for Josh Shapiro. In Arizona, I ran into, and I wonder if you did, a whole lot of Republicans who were very proud of their Republican conservative heritage there, the state of Barry Goldwater, the state of John McCain, who also actively supported Democratic candidates against the election deniers. Liz Cheney went there and told them to and ran ads.
McCain's kids campaigned with Mark Kelly.
So that's, and Mark Kelly, you talked to, was very cautious about this, right? You asked him what would happen if you win and Blake Masters doesn't admit that he lost, what'll happen? You asked him that.
Right, I did ask him that, and let me say before I get to his answer on that, he was very firm about the fact that he believes that Arizona knows how to do elections, right? He said, we have a system, we have a process, trust people in charge. Already a clear
mail-in ballots invented by Republicans in Arizona.
Yes. And then when I asked him this question about, he's running against a notorious election denier who was already called into question, had already called into question an election that had not yet happened when he and I were speaking, and I said, what are you going to do if he actually follows through on that? You win, and he questions the results of the election. And he said, we have plans in place. And of course, I pushed him, and he wouldn't tell me exactly what the plans in place were. But I think it is interesting that we have come to a point in American politics where campaigns now have this duality, where they both have to be focused on how do we win, what is our closing message, how do we turn out the people we need to turn out, and
what do I do after the election?
Yeah. I know
that wasn't a thing.
Right. So, it's not just talking about how we always talk about it's not election day anymore, it's election week. It is for the campaigns as well.
But sometimes it's election week or month because of counting, right? Because of things that happen, or because of Georgia where it's a runoff election. But Jonathan, in all of our years of covering this stuff, do you even remember, like, recounts were because things were close?
Yeah, like a few votes or a few thousand.
Like it was reasonable
votes
to expect why there would be a recount. Now it's just nonsense of people who just won't concede an election. Carrie Lake has been carrying on all day about cheaters and liars and how they're going to steal. Like she's doing what Donald Trump did. She's gaslighting the population.
And that's something that we had not seen until Donald Trump's, I think it was the 2020 campaign, where he actively, months before people voted,
set them up for
set them up, laying the groundwork for, I don't know, I think there might be cheating. There might be cheating.
The only way we lose is by cheating.
And then the votes come in, and then you say, we need a recount. We don't trust it. But as we saw, I think it was in Arizona, when they did the recount, Joe Biden got more votes with the recount.
in the cyber ninja thing.
Yeah.
Wild.
Can I just say really quickly, all you have to do...
You don't even have to say quickly. We're on TV till 6 a.m.
We're here forever.
Slowly, as a matter of fact.
Let me drag this out really slowly. No, what I wanted to say is this juxtaposition of what is happening in Georgia and what is happening in Arizona simultaneously, and the response from Senator Warnock and Carrie Lake. What is happening? Both states either slow to count or slow to get their results. One, heading towards a runoff. What does Warnock do? He stands up tonight, as we played a clip earlier, and he says, we are going to stay, whether it's tomorrow morning, a week, or 4 weeks from now, until every Georgian's voice is heard.
Yeah.
What does Carrie Lake do? She stands up, calls people crooks and cheaters.
Yeah.
She's fueling the fire that was lit by Donald Trump earlier today. They're running wild with a conspiracy theory. Tucker Carlson goes on Fox News and says it's about voting machines. It's not about voting machines. It's about printers. And so this is how the echo chamber of misinformation begins in Republican circles. And it's such a contrast between the tone coming out of Raphael Warnock and Democrats in Georgia, who are waiting, saying everyone will be counted. Let's hear how this plays out. And Carrie Lake inciting what she's inciting right now about an election that is far from over and so far has no signs of irregularities.
All right, don't go anywhere. We have much more midterm coverage after the break. We are waiting for results out of Wisconsin. We are waiting for more results out of Georgia, and we are waiting for Arizona. We also have some governor's races that we're waiting on this evening. We got more right after the break. Stay with us.
You're watching our very late night or very early morning coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. Joining us now, the re-elected Democratic Congresswoman from California, Maxine Waters, from California's 43rd Congressional District. Congresswoman Waters, thank you for being here. Just, come on, admit it. Before you went when you woke up this morning, did you think that we would be having the kind of conversations we've been having since polls started closing around the country today, vis-a-vis Democrats?
Absolutely not. The predictions by so many was that the House was lost and that the Republicans were preparing to take charge. They were planning their activity. They're going to impeach Biden, on and on and on. But look what we're looking at right now, the real possibility that the Democrats are in good shape, perhaps to keep the House and maybe have even a larger number than we have now. And so I'm very optimistic at this point, and I believe that we can keep control of the House.
Congressman Waters, Ayman here. How do you explain the developments tonight? What is it that you think made this not play out the way everyone anticipated, the pollsters, the pundits anticipated, with this red wave that did not materialize so far?
Well, first of all, I think many underestimated the hard work that Democrats had put into keeping control of the House. As a matter of fact, we had good candidates. We raised a lot of money. We worked hard. Nancy Pelosi always believed that we could keep the House. And so we have all of those factors. In addition to that, I think that there was an overestimation of how absolutely strong Trump is and how he was going to prevail and how many people were either afraid of him or loved him and that he was going to absolutely take charge. I think they overestimated his power and his influence up to this point. Yes.
Congresswoman Ali Velshi here. You were one of the earliest targets of Donald Trump's very unusual vitriol, right? That norm that was broken about how you talk to people or about people. Remember those days you were facing threats? This has become the norm now. Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked by someone, the idea that people have taken violence into their planning when it comes to politics. Talk to me about whether tonight's outcomes are, to some degree, a repudiation of that. The idea that, in many cases, some of the most extreme candidates in America have not won their seats tonight.
Well, I think that many of those Republicans pretended, but they didn't like Trump either. They knew he was way out of line. They knew he was destroying the Republican Party. And even though they didn't speak out, the way that they demonstrate their dislike is what is happening here tonight with their votes and with the votes of the people that they represent. Yes, I spoke out early against him because I saw in him during his campaign that he was really dangerous and that he really was all about power. I didn't like the way he related to Putin and to Kim Jong-un. And I didn't like the way where he met secretly with Putin. You remember that? I mean, this was all unusual for anybody wanting to be the president of the United States of America. And I certainly didn't like his reputation about how he dealt with women and how he was on tape saying, you grab them by the private parts, all of that. I just thought that there was more patriotism that was being displayed after he was first elected than I ever anticipated. The Republicans have always claimed to be more patriotic than anybody else. And to watch him destroy and undermine our democracy was more than I could take, more than I could even comprehend. And so I think what you're describing and what we're seeing here tonight as it unfolds is that he was not perhaps as strong as many thought, that maybe not as many Republicans were intimidated as we thought, et cetera, et cetera. And so I am so hopeful and I'm very optimistic that we keep the House and that we control the House and we control the Senate so we can get this country moving forward with the kind of legislation that we can put on the president's desk to be signed to deal with the real issues of this country.
Congresswoman Maxine Waters of California, good to see you. Thank you for joining us this early morning.
Thank you so very much.
We're going to be back right after a break with what Congresswoman Waters was talking about. Who is going to control Congress and the Senate? We're going to show you. We've got some updated numbers we'll share with you after a quick break. Stay with us. Hi, welcome back to our coverage. I'm Steve Kornacki here at the big board. Let's take a look at, I'm not, all right? We're not allowed to lie about these things. Let's take a look at what we're looking at right now. In the United States Senate, the GOP now needs 2 seats in order to take control. Why? Because Pennsylvania has now been won by John Fetterman. That changes things. So they're going to be looking at, there's a few states that they're looking at to see how it goes. Here's an interesting development, however. In the House, there are 435 seats. We've now changed our projection here at NBC News to project that the Republicans will win 220 of those seats, and the Democrats will win 215 of them. However, because this is a projection and it's statistical, and because there are still a lot of votes that haven't been counted, we're plus or minus 10 seats on this thing, 10 seats, which still means that at this hour, almost 4 a.m. in the East, we don't know who is going to control the House of Representatives. We do not know who is going to control the United States Senate. All right, let's take a look at just a couple of key House races that I want to show you across the country that are of interest. Let's go to Virginia. The 7th district in Virginia is right here. 99% of the vote is in. We have called this for the incumbent, Abigail Spanberger. This race is substantially tighter. This was one of those races that the Republicans had hoped to pick up in their effort to take control of Congress. Close race. Abigail Spanberger with a difference of about 10,500 votes, getting 51.8% of the vote. All right, I want to pull out a little bit more and show you. Let's go to Colorado. This is not one that everybody thought would be in contention. This is the incumbent Lauren Boebert's seat. You all know about Lauren Boebert. We don't need to talk much about her. Only 87% are in here, so we're not actually able to make a call. But with 87% of the vote in Colorado's 3rd district, Adam Frisch, the Democratic challenger, is leading by just 3,500 votes at the moment, but Lauren Boebert is actually behind and has spent most of the evening behind. Again, we're still waiting for a lot more votes to come in from Colorado, and once they do, we'll give you more information about this. Here's what we're looking at. When it comes to the 215 versus 220 and the plus or minus 10 seats, what we're looking at here is how many seats we've not made a decision on, or we've not been able to make a call on in California. You can obviously see in coastal California up until Southern California, all of these coastal districts, or at least almost all of them, are blue. This is typical of what you'd see more inland California, and then once you get to the south, you've got a little more in terms of red districts. But look at all the ones that haven't been called just yet, and that's where we're still waiting to get a lot of information from. We're still waiting on information in Nevada. We're obviously still waiting on information in Arizona. And we are still waiting on a Senate call in Wisconsin. Now, Wisconsin, Ron Johnson is winning. If he wins, it doesn't make a difference to the control of the Senate, because that is a Republican seat that would remain a Republican seat. So the ones that the Republicans are hoping to capture right now for the Senate are going to be, actually, let me just show you. I'm not as good at this as Steve is. Let me show you what we're looking at here. We are looking at Georgia as one of the potential Republican pickups, or at least that's what they're looking for, Arizona and Nevada. Alaska continues to be uncalled, but the 2 leading contenders there for the Senate are both Republicans, so Alaska is going to stay Republican. So there's 3 races. The Republicans need 2 gains, and as a result of needing 2 gains, they've got to win 2 of the 3 outstanding places.
And the interesting thing, Ali, about the Abigail Spanberger race, the Virginia 7, was early on, this was a race that people were saying was going to be a bellwether for the Democrats throughout the course of the evening. And it has played out quite interestingly, because obviously it was in a district that was it was a district that was redrawn to dilute her initial district. In fact, there was some controversy around the way the district was drawn to exclude her house from it. And at the same time, Yesli Vega was a representative of the far-right movement of the Republican Party. She basically supported a total abortion ban. She was seen somewhat as an extremist, if you will, within the Republican ranks. And so the fact that Abigail Spanberger was able to pull this out pretty early I think was a sign that the Democrats were going to have a relatively better than expected evening.
And Abigail Spanberger fits into an interesting narrative for Republicans, right? A former national security person, CIA. So she doesn't sort of fall into the whole soft on crime or law and order.
Yeah. You know, I want to talk about this projection. This is where the nerd in me comes out. To see
just this.
Okay, fine. That was an excellent burn. So this idea that Republicans could have 220 seats, they need 218 for the majority. Folks need to focus on this because let's just pretend that Kevin McCarthy becomes the next Speaker of the House. I don't think he will. This is just me. I don't think he will. But, meaning, even if Republicans take the majority, I'm not so sure he
Right,
gets...
there are two questions.
Right.
Do they win the majority? And then if they do,
will he be the Speaker? It now becomes a question of how does the Republican Speaker govern? Because if he only has, or she only has a 2-seat majority, that means the Speaker, the Republican Speaker, will need Democratic votes to pass big things, such as raising the debt ceiling, defense spending, a whole lot of things. So suddenly, even if Democrats are not in the majority, they will still be able to wield interesting power in the minority because the margin is so thin. And then on top of it, the Democrats are going to have to then focus on whether they're in the majority or the minority, who's our leadership.
And you know what the scary thing is? You know who else is going to have a lot of power if you have a Kevin McCarthy or another speaker with a 2-seat majority or Republican caucus that is razor thin? The Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world and the Matt Gaetzes of the world. Now, can you imagine those guys having more power than, I mean, they already have the megaphones. Now, imagine having actual legislative power and what you can do to completely stymie a Republican.
But I think to Jonathan's point, that puts a lot of Republicans, many of whom we still interview and who don't hold extreme views, into a tough position. Because if this party actually lurches further to the right, this is going to be a problem for a lot of mainstream Republicans who'd like to get elected in 2024 after seeing that this was their best chance to have a red wave. At the moment, we do have inflation. We do have, legitimate concerns about things out there. If it didn't happen tonight, then they may have to govern differently.
Let's look at some of these candidates, right? I mean, so the two sort of Trump-endorsed, handpicked, Bud, J.D. Vance, they're not flipping districts, right? They're holding on to Republican seats, right? So Trump and his friends have not yet proved their theory of the case because they have not yet shown that they can expand the map. So it's part of why we are watching what happens with Kari Lake. It is part of why we're watching what happens with Herschel Walker, because that is where we'll really see whether or not he has the level of control over this party that he
Remember that 10 seats would have flipped either way just because of redistricting, right? So anything fewer than 10 seat as a gain for Republicans isn't actually a gain. Take a look at Georgia, 96% of the vote in. Raphael Warnock with 49.1% of the vote, which is not enough to win in Georgia because you have to get 50% of the vote. It is still too close to call. At some point, if somebody doesn't get 50%, the Secretary of State's office is going to have to call that as a runoff, and that'll happen in a month. We don't know if that'll happen, but Brad Raffensperger is the Secretary of State. He was reelected tonight. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Alicia Menendez. You're watching MSNBC's continuing election coverage. Joining us now, Julian Castro, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development during the Obama administration. He's also an MSNBC political analyst. Julian, it is always great to see you. We've been having a conversation at the table about what balance of power, what it is going to mean for a legislative agenda. What do you think?
Well, no matter what happens now, it's going to be super close. And if the decision desk projection is right, let's say, this isn't necessarily going to happen, but even if Republicans take control of the House and the Senate, it's going to be difficult for them to get the most extreme parts of their agenda accomplished. However, it's also true that even if they win the House by one vote, they're going to control the committees. They're going to launch investigations. They're going to create big headaches, unfounded investigations against the Biden administration. and undo a lot of the good work that's been done in terms of investigating January 6th and so forth. So what happens is going to be tremendously consequential, not to mention, of course, in the Senate, they will put a halt to judicial nominations. So there's a lot that hangs in the balance that will change just by one vote that controls the Senate and the House.
When you talk, though, about what we've all been referencing as investigation palooza, given that they're not coming at it tonight with any kind of mandate, do you think they still stay the course?
I think so, Alicia, unfortunately. I mean, look how off the rails they've gone on any number of issues, including such a personal issue like the right to choose, that puts them out of line with the vast majority of Americans, and still they plow forward. I mean, their extremism is part of the reason that the election tonight is even close, much closer than just about anybody thought it would be for control of the House. But still, they go on. So I have no doubt that they'll continue and try and do that if they take control of the House and the Senate.
Secretary Castro, it's Jonathan Capehart. You're also the former mayor of San Antonio, so you are from Texas. You know Texas. I am curious to get your thoughts on what happened to Beto O'Rourke and his campaign for governor.
You know, this is a tough one, Jonathan, because Beto has laid the foundation, I think, for Democrats to succeed, especially in rural areas. 4 years ago when he visited all 254 counties, this time when he was very active, I mean, an indefatigable candidate that had a lot of energy. And at the same time, you know, folks believe that he was going to get a lot closer than it seems like he's going to get tonight. The latest number I saw suggests that he could lose by double digits. People did not expect that. That is dispiriting. My hope is that you know, on the positive side, we can take something from the fact that that narrative that had been developing about the Rio Grande Valley, that heavily Hispanic area going Republican, did not come to pass. 2 of those 3 congressional races have gone Democratic, and the other one, Texas 15, was actually redistricted a couple of years ago to favor a Republican, so that's not a big surprise.
Secretary Castro, you have, of course, run for president yourself. You're accustomed to looking at maps, figuring out a path to victory. As you look at the map that we are looking at tonight, right, where the big outstanding questions are all coming out of the Southwest, what does that tell you about the future of the Democratic Party?
That the party needs to invest in infrastructure, continue to invest in places like Nevada, in Arizona. I agree with folks as well, though, that say we should have invested more in North Carolina. I mean, there was Sherry Beasley right there on the doorstep of taking a Senate seat. We lost Florida. Florida looks like it's not the swing state that it used to be. Lost Ohio decisively. Again, even though a lot of folks believe that with the profile that Tim Ryan cut, that he was going to be successful there. But we need to start investing in the Southwest and the West and these emerging states like North Carolina. I think if we do that, that's not only going to help in these midterms, but it's going to help in the presidential election years. So that's work to be done for 2024.
It would allow for a complete reimagining of the presidential map. Julian Castro, as always, thank you. We have more to come next.
All right, if you're still up, grab another cup of coffee. We've got much more ahead. We're joined in the next hour by former Tea Party Republican Congressman Joe Walsh, plus Christina Greer and Fernanda Mondi. Another hour of midterm coverage starts right now. All right, thanks for staying up with us. I'm Ali Velshi. It's now 4, or maybe thanks for waking up.
Yeah, I was going to say
some folks are waking up early.
Right.
Good morning.
Coming home from the club.
It's now 4 o'clock here on the East Coast. My friends have not abandoned me yet. Jonathan Capehart, Alicia Menendez, and Ayman Mohyeddin are with me. The battle for control of Congress remains very much up in the air, which is not something a lot of people thought we'd be saying at 4 in the morning in the East. But one thing is clear. Predictions of a so-called red wave have not come to fruition. Here is where things stand this hour in the fight for Senate control. Democrats are holding on to 48 seats. The GOP at 47 seats. There are 5 races left to call, and 1 seat has flipped from GOP to Democrat. That is in Pennsylvania with the victory of John Fetterman. Fetterman, by the way, defeated celebrity TV doctor Mehmet Oz. Here is John Fetterman and Oz both thanking their supporters tonight.
We launched this campaign almost 2 years ago, and we had our slogan. It's on every one of those signs right now. Every county, every vote. Every county, every vote. And that's exactly what happened. We jammed them up.
I have told you many, many times that I believe in you. Traveled all over the Commonwealth to make that message clear. Tonight, you have told me that you believe in me. And bless you for that. Together, we will heal Pennsylvania, and we will heal America. God bless you.
In Arizona, the race for Senate between Democrat Mark Kelly and Republican challenger Blake Masters remains too early to call at this hour. I think it's the Senate race so that's where they are. It is 64% of the vote is in. We've actually had a jump there in the last hour or so. We're at 55%. We're up to 64%, but the margin still remains quite wide between the two of them. We will be continuing to get information from Arizona all night. The Senate race in Georgia between the Democrat incumbent Raphael Warnock and GOP challenger Herschel Walker. Too close to call at this hour. Even though 96% of the vote is in, that's because you have to get 50% of the vote in order to win. There will be a runoff if nobody gets the 50% of the vote tonight. When it comes to the United States House, the NBC News decision desk estimates at this hour that Republicans will win 220 seats with a margin of error of plus or minus 10 seats, which is a big margin of error. So this could still go either way because you need 218 seats to take the House. There's still a lot of uncalled races tonight and probably will be for a few days. NBC News exit polling finds that inflation and abortion are the top issues on the minds of voters in these historic midterm elections. The two issues edging out crime, despite Republicans focusing on the issue in the final stretch of the campaign. My colleagues Jonathan Capehart, Alicia Menendez, and Ayman Mohyeddin are back with me. I'm almost like we've all been spending the evening
haven't
together.
left, so the back with me part is
I know.
Are still with me.
I've got some deep insecurities. I keep coming back assuming you're all gone. So I'm so pleased that you're all
not going anywhere.
But you know what? We've been spending so much time together, and Jonathan and I we sit next to each other upstairs, and I almost like, what surprises you now? Because we've gone through an evening where we've seen a lot of surprising things. Where are you now in how you're thinking about tonight?
Well, I'm so focused on back to my nerdiness from the last hour. Now I'm fascinated by the projection of the House majority.
The 215 versus 220 plus or minus 10.
Right,
which means anybody can control
Anybody can control Congress. But I'm going to stick to, let's say the projection is right, and it's 220 Republicans, therefore they have the majority. That sets up a whole lot of other questions and things for us to look at in terms of who's the next speaker really going to be? What's their governing agenda? What can they get through? What compromises does that new speaker have to make with the House Freedom Caucus in order to get the gavel? And what does that set up? And then on the Democratic side, no matter whether they're in the majority or the minority, who's the new leadership team? Who's the majority leader? Who's the whip? Will this be the opportunity in the moment when Democrats elevates that next generation of leaders within that caucus? And so, come on, California, count those votes, because I need to know what's going to happen so I can know what we're going to be talking about for the next few weeks until the new Congress is seated.
I will layer onto Jonathan's excellent analysis because I have all of the same questions as we move to this question of governance. Republicans ran on a core issue that they have no real plan to address, and that's inflation. Right. So once they are all of a sudden, if they are to be in charge, if they are to be in power, what then becomes their answer to the question of the fact that they are dealing with a global issue?
Yeah, and for me, I'm looking at the Trump effect and whether we are done with that within the Republican Party. When you look at his journey from 2016 to 2020 and where he is now, there are still two key races that are undecided that I think still have Trump's name on them, Kari Lake, Herschel Walker. But as you said, J.D. Vance, although he was a Trump acolyte, that is a hold for them. So I don't necessarily see it as a...
same thing in Wisconsin.
Same thing as in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So I think for me, I would be looking at the Ron DeSantis effect and the Donald Trump effect, and see whether the Republican Party tomorrow morning is going to take a hard look at itself and say, I think we don't need Donald Trump as much as we thought we may have needed him.
And let's be honest, when we're saying the Republican Party needs to take a hard look at itself, really it is those big Republican donors who are going to be making decisions about where they are placing their bet as we move into 2024.
Who Fox is going to get behind?
Fox is going to get behind.
Well, it's been kind of clear who they're getting behind. They're sort of, kicked Donald Trump to the curb. And they're casting about, but really looking towards Florida and looking at DeSantis. And I think DeSantis's victory and the size of his victory... Decisive, and makes it possible for Republicans to maybe put Donald Trump in the rearview mirror for 2024.
For a second. While we're talking about Florida, let's just talk about there are a number of races in Florida. This is the Senate race, 98% in. We've called it for Marco Rubio, the incumbent. Quite a big margin there. It's more than 1.25 million votes. 57.7 to Val Demings at 41.3. Val Demings, former chief of police. If crime is your issue, this is a woman, a very prominent woman, who was putting forward a very strong case and yet decisively defeated. Let's look at Ron DeSantis. Look at that. 1.5 million votes, 59.4 over 40. Now, here's the interesting thing. Charlie Crist, former Republican governor of the state, former Republican attorney general of the state. Ron DeSantis fully cleaning up in Florida. And when you're looking about the future of the Republican Party, the name most closely associated with it, if Donald Trump doesn't on November 15th declare that he's running for president, which he has strongly, as in his words, very much hinted that he's going to do, Ron DeSantis is the guy everybody's looking for. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to, while you talked about Florida, give you some context on it.
No, and I appreciate that. The point that I was going to continue with that, Ali, was to say that Ron DeSantis delivered Florida in a few different ways. Not only did he win his own race decisively, Marco Rubio also won his race decisively. But the interesting thing were the districting and the redistricting, because as we were talking going into this race, even before, and going back to Jonathan's point about the margins and certainly our projections right now, in order to have control of the House, you needed 218 seats. The Republicans were poised to pick up a handful of those, as they did in Florida, just on the mere fact of redistricting. So Ron DeSantis and the Republican legislators down there were able to get the redistricting done in a way that favored them, diluting some of those Democratic votes, but also delivering an early jumpstart for the state of Florida and certainly for a handful of districts. And I think when you're looking about the future of the Republican Party, look, he hasn't been tested nationally. You can say Ron DeSantis has not been tested nationally. Donald Trump has been taking some shots at him. He hasn't responded yet. It'll be interesting to see if he does respond. But in terms of the political delivery, as you were saying, billionaire donors are going to be lining up and watching where it goes from here and where they're going to put their money. Ron DeSantis now has a victory under his belt that he can say, look what I did in Florida, and I'm ready to take it nationwide.
Sorry, go ahead, Ali.
No, I was going to say, for those, because we've said thanks for staying with us to all these folks, but some people have woken up, right? It's now 4 in the morning. Good morning to you. Thank you for being with us here. I want to just tell you what's happening in the Senate across the country. We went into the night with the Republicans needing a gain of 1 senatorial seat, because it was split 50-50, and the vice president can break the tie in favor of Democrats. They needed 1 to control the Senate. Look at where we are now. They need 2. Why? Because Pennsylvania flipped. Pennsylvania was Pat Toomey's seat, a longtime Republican, conservative fiscal Republican, wasn't really a Trumpian. He loses. Dr. Mehmet Oz was running for his seat as a Republican. John Fetterman ends up winning, not by the margin that the governor, the governor-elect, won by, but he won. So now the GOP needs 2 seats. This is Wisconsin. At the moment, it is too early to call. The incumbent, Ron Johnson, is winning. So if you gave this to the Republicans, that's not a gain. So it has to be out of these 4 states. Alaska is going to be theirs anyway because it's a Republican state now. The 2 leading candidates are Republicans. So now it comes down to Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia. Georgia may or may not get decided tonight because you need 50% in order to win Georgia. And if not, in 4 weeks, it goes to a runoff on December the 6th. And so we are waiting for information out of Nevada and out of Arizona. Let's just take a quick look at this right now for the race here for the Senate. Catherine Cortez Masto is at 48.5%. Adam Laxalt ahead by 615 votes. He's just taken the lead here, 48.6%, 74% in. So we don't have enough information there.
Ali, can I say something about that Nevada race?
Because you were just there, right?
I was just there, but you know, I think sometimes because we've spoken so much about Blake Masters, there has not been as much attention lavished on Laxalt. I mean, this is someone who isn't just an election denier. You know, you were in the state as well. This is someone who led Trump's efforts in the state in 2020. It is also someone who has preemptively, in advance of Election Day, already questioned the results of an election that had not yet happened. And so we're looking at 2 different storylines here, connected but separate, which is 1, who is going to win this race? And 2, should that victor be Catherine Cortez Masto, is Laxalt going to accept the results of a fair and free election?
Yes. He's also, by the way, you mentioned the inflation issue, the fact that there's no Republican plan for inflation, which a number of conservative economists have also backed up. Adam Laxalt is one of those who's made that a key issue, that inflation is Joe Biden and the Democrats. He doesn't have a plan for it. Here we are in Arizona. This is interesting now because we've gone from about 55% to 66% in the last hour. This will happen all night. So for those of you thinking nothing else is happening tonight, stay with us because you're going to keep on getting stuff out of Arizona. This remains too early to call because it's just 66%. It's relatively close, but doesn't look close right now, right? Mark Kelly's ahead. He's at 52.4 to Blake Masters, who is a remarkable, I don't know, I'm running out of adjectives to use. He's an election denier. The spread there is pretty good. It's 118,000 votes. But in Arizona, there's a lot of mail-in voting. A lot of people vote mail-in. This was invented by Republicans in Arizona, or at least was brought in by Republicans. So there's just a lot of issues. We continue to look at Maricopa County because this is where we're still waiting for a lot of these votes. By the way, tends to vote overwhelmingly Democratic. It's Phoenix, an area. We have slightly more of the vote in there, 68%. You can see the margins a little narrower here, 52 to 45. Let's go down here to Pima County, which is Tucson. That's along the border. Look at that. Look at that margin. Now, again, 52% of the vote in. So you can't call things when you have that little vote, but it's 65 to 32. There are more conservative counties in the state. You can take a look at that. Blake Masters ahead of Mark Kelly in Yavapai County, in Aguila County, well ahead of him. In Navajo County, that's actually closer. Navajo County, he's only 50.5 in Graham County. So you can see that we've still got a lot of business to do in Arizona, and we are going to spend the night now thinking about Georgia, which may not get settled tonight. We're thinking about Wisconsin, where the sitting Senator Ron Johnson is in the lead, and we're thinking about Nevada and Arizona. That's what it's going to come down to. Now, typically in an election night, we'd be thinking about all those things plus Pennsylvania.
Right.
The numbers in Pennsylvania came in really early. The folks, particularly in Philadelphia, which is where most of the votes in Pennsylvania are, decided to work through the night. They didn't close up shop and go home because they knew that the entire country waited on Pennsylvania last time for several days. So we got the Pennsylvania results in very quickly. And Michigan was another question, another thing we were looking at. That has mostly been decided. Eamon, you were saying there's one race there, one statewide race that we don't have the call on. It's Dana Nessel. Is that right?
I believe the Dana Nessel race is still not something that has been called. Something to keep an eye on because obviously the trifecta between Dana Nessel,
Jocelyn Benson, and Gretchen Whitmer, all of them went Democratic, and the abortion question that enshrines abortion rights in the Michigan Constitution won. So it's unusual that the Dana Nessel one has not been settled yet, but we are waiting on that too. But otherwise, in Michigan, it was a clean sweep. In Pennsylvania, it was a clean sweep.
And the Nessel there is on your screen. You could see it now with 82%
there you go.
Yeah.
So we'll continue to keep an eye on that.
Let me ask you really quickly, and you guys may remember this, that with Arizona back in 2020, you know, Arizona had the crazy audits afterwards, the ninja, the ballots, and
bamboo.
Right. There was a bamboo connection to Arizona that someone was like, yes,
sniffing the paper. It smells like bamboo.
Why is it that Arizona is not able to have a more streamlined voting process? I mean, you guys were there on the ground. I don't know if that came up in your conversations. I get that there are different ways to vote, and that's great. You should have mail-in ballot. You should have same-day ballot. You should have absentee ballot. You should have drop-off boxes. All of that is great. But why is it that on a night as crucial as this, at what, 1:15 in the morning in Arizona time,
because it's better to do it right
I was going to say,
than to do it fast.
There's a distinction.
But there are states that are doing it.
There's an important distinction in this country, and growing up in Canada, where there's one way to vote, and it's on a piece of paper, and you fold it, and you put it in a ballot box, and everybody counts it. And sometimes it takes a while, but it's all paper. The distinction in America, if anybody's got a concern about anything to do with elections, it should be, how quickly can we count ballots, and what are the rules as to when you start and when you don't start? There's no voting issue. There's no voting fraud issue in Arizona whatsoever. Right. They have mastered, like Washington State has, like a lot of other people, they've mastered the ability to do absentee voting and mail-in voting. There's no voting problem in Arizona whatsoever. It's not even a counting problem. It's the methodology for counting problem and recording and things like that. And that has not been made uniform across this country because we don't have one federal election. In Canada, you have a federal election. Here, you have a whole bunch of state elections. That is a really good and important discussion to have, right? How do we get and count votes, and what gets counted first, and mail-in and military and all that kind of stuff. Like Pennsylvania has a stupid law, and it actually has come into account today, because in Pennsylvania, you do your mail-in ballot, and what you put on the outside of the outside of the envelope in which you put your ballot, apparently,
the date
has become important.
The
You've got to
date
date it.
Yeah, you got to date it properly, and that's part of the legal
There is an expression that we use for that in Canada, for that rule. It starts with a B and it ends with an S, doesn't it? But it's two words. One starts with a B and one starts with an S. Why? Why does the date on the outside? When you mail in a ballot, they stamp it. You know what the date is. Why is my ballot invalidated? Because thousands of people lined up because the city of Philadelphia figured this out because people were objecting to it. They called all these people and said, please get to the city, get to City Hall. You had to go to City Hall, which is a bit of a pain in Philadelphia to go to City Hall. But thousands of people lined up, spent hours in there recasting their ballots today. This is the nonsense about voting in America. There should be no such rule. It has been, Fetterman and his team filed a case to say this is against the Voting Rights Act. Right. You can't have a stupid impediment to voting that causes you to have to put a date on the outside of your envelope. Last time was the same thing. You have to put your ballot inside something, then that has to go inside something.
The secrecy sleeve.
Right. It's nonsense.
And you look at a state like Florida, which is in a large state.
Which has had a ballot counting problem in the past.
Yeah, of course, 2000, infamous one. But you look at how they were able to do it tonight and get the results in early.
Yes, Florida has figured this out.
And then you look at California, and you're like, guys, again, 1:15 in the morning, and we still have to Jonathan's point, we have no indication what is happening.
We could all be tucked into bed 2 hours. But then what would you be doing, right? I mean, Joe Walsh is standing by to talk to us. I mean,
I'm sure Joe has some opinions about this.
Joe's sleepless. If we didn't have ballots to count, what would we be talking about? Let's take a quick break, and then we're going to be back. Joe's got some very, very interesting things to say. Joe Party's a Tea Party Republican. I think we've all interviewed him. Joe is what I might have called in the old days
fights with him.
Unusual. Yeah. No, Joe's a guy we've all fought with, but he has never left the game, and he's got some very strong views about what people like him who are conservatives think happens next.
All right, last night, control of both chambers of Congress was up for grabs. And if history held true, the party that controls the White House would typically lose seats. But President Biden is poised to become one of the most successful presidents at retaining seats in a midterm election in modern history. So what happened to the called red wave. Joining me now is former Republican Congressman Joe Walsh of Illinois. He's also the author of the book F Silence. Joe, it's great to see you. We have kind of been exchanging some messages today on Twitter, like you probably do with hundreds of other people, but it's great to get a chance to talk to you about what has happened today. So you look at the numbers, and, you know, we were talking about what drove people out to the polls today, what really got people fired up. And there's conversations about economic anxiety, about abortion. But, you know, 71% voted for a Republican candidate, 28% for the Democratic candidate. The breakdown, and we have that there on the screen, of the various subject, I think surprised a lot of people, what mobilized or what motivated people. How do you read the developments of today in terms of the motivating factor behind the turnout?
Eamon, good to be with you. Look, I take a contrarian view here. I think one of the big takeaways is that Americans really did care about the state of our democracy. Even if they had a hard time talking about it and explaining what that meant, here they looked at ballots in every state in this country where Republicans were putting up crazy election deniers. And I think that went a long way toward a lot of these undecided voters saying, this can't stand. At the end of the day, I do care about our democracy. I give President Biden a lot of credit for making that speech just a couple weeks ago.
Let me ask you about the Biden approval factor, because a lot of people are looking at that as an indicator of where we would be by the end of the night. You know, the numbers of where his approval rating was an indicator that the Democrats were going to get it on the chin. The Republican messaging was that this was going to be a red wave, and it turned out not to be. What does today mean for Joe Biden? We were saying this will probably mean he's going to be one of the most successful presidents. He can certainly see the silver lining in a night like this. But what does this mean for his governing strategy going forward, even if the Republicans do take the House with the majority that we're at this point projecting of, you know, maybe 220 to 215 plus or minus 10?
Look, I'm not a Democrat, but I think what it means for all of the rest of us, we ought to quit underestimating Joe Biden. He did it again. He's gotten a hell of a lot accomplished in these 2 years. And here, Eamon, as you said, when it comes to the first midterm for an incumbent president, he's defied history. I think the odds are Republicans still will take control of the House. And in a weird way, that will be a really good thing for Joe Biden and I believe the Democrats, because Kevin McCarthy is going to have Marjorie Taylor Greene pick your body part. Should be grabbing him by whatever body part. And the Republicans in the House are going to be forced to just obstruct and investigate and try to impeach. They won't do anything for the American people. And Joe Biden can respond to that.
Joe, sorry, did you want to?
Well, I was just going to say, Joe said he's not a Democrat. You are a conservative. You'd like to be a Republican. What does this do for you on that front? What happens to the Republican Party, the conservative movement, as a result of tonight?
Ali, I love this discussion you and I have, because we do always kind of go at it, and I give you a very unsatisfactory answer.
Always.
I don't think I can ever go back to this Republican Party, because I don't think it's ever going to change. So for conservatives like me and Liz Cheney, and there are a bunch of us out there, look, our job at this moment in history is to support Democrats. And that's hard to stomach sometimes, but the Democrats support democracy. So I think most conservatives are going to be on Team Democrat now for a few election cycles.
Hey, Joe, it's Jonathan Capehart. I want to go back to Kevin McCarthy and the potential of his speakership, because I'm totally nerding out on the fact that this narrow margin, this projected margin, is going to make his ability to govern really, really difficult. And I actually think that it's going to make the possibility of Kevin McCarthy being speaker really, really hard. Do you think his potential speakership is in danger because of the Freedom Caucus and the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and the Matt Gaetzes, who might want to have somebody a little more Trumpier?
Yeah, Jonathan, I agree. Look, I think Kevin McCarthy, who I know well, who is a hollow man, he has no core. All he wants to do is become Speaker. He cut a deal with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz and all the rest of them to become Speaker as long as he gave them things. But he's not going to become Speaker with a very convincing victory. That may jeopardize his ability to become Speaker. But here's the deal. If McCarthy is Speaker, that means Marjorie Taylor Greene is Speaker, period. She will own him. She will tell him privately and publicly what to do. I mean that. That's the 2 years McCarthy would be looking at.
Hey, Joe, I want to ask you one more question since I've got you. One more personality. Ron DeSantis. Governor DeSantis winning re-election by 20 points. To my mind, you tell me, I'm thinking that Ron DeSantis just freed himself from the clutches of Donald Trump and is now his own person and can tell Donald Trump to go stuff it. Am I giving him too much credit?
Oh, Jonathan, way too much credit.
Look, hey, it's 4:30 in the morning, man.
It's interesting to put out there. I don't think Ron DeSantis is ready for prime time. Ron DeSantis can't take a punch. Ron DeSantis can't get in the ring with Donald Trump. Look, every Republican power broker and donor and influencer is dying for Donald Trump to leave the scene. They felt that way a week ago. They felt that way 4 months ago. They've never had the courage to say that. But Republican voters are still with Trump. And if he comes out and announces in 2 weeks or a week, which I think he will, I just don't think Ron DeSantis is equipped to compete with that.
Joe, good to see you as always. Thanks for staying up so late or starting your Wednesday so early for us, as always. Joe
Great
Walsh.
look, everybody. Thanks,
Joe.
Congressman of Illinois. We'll be right back.
Interesting.
You'll remember earlier this year, Kansas had a referendum about abortion. It is enshrined as a right in Kansas, and there was a vote to actually take it off, and that was defeated. We had 5 ballot questions on tonight about abortion, and I want to tell you about the results of all of them. This one was in Vermont. The question was the right to reproductive autonomy. We've called that. The yes side has won on that, 76% to 24 against. So overwhelming there, 72% in, but that's enough for us to call it. Let's go to Michigan. This was Proposal 3. This was talked about a lot. The right to abortion enshrined in the Michigan Constitution, 82% in. The vote was a little bit closer there, 56% to 44%. We're still going to see that settle in. You also saw the Attorney General and the Democratic governor winning in Michigan. We've got that happening. Let's go over to California, where that abortion question is the right to an abortion. 45% in, but because of the trend in California, we're able to call that. The difference is actually quite large, about 1.6 million, 65 to 34. Those numbers may change over time, but we're calling that a win as well. Kentucky, this is interesting because it's not in line with everything else that's happening in elections in that state. This is to remove the right to abortion. This is the opposite. The vote was to, would you like to remove the right to abortion? I don't think we've called this yet, but 82% of the votes are in on this one, and the no, don't remove the right to abortion, continues to be ahead, and it's been ahead for most of the night. But again, it's close. It's 33,000 votes. We're going to keep an eye on this one. There's another question I want to show you, and this one is in Montana. Very unusual. It's a referendum question 131 to require care for infants born alive, requiring doctors to provide medical care for infants born alive. Like, I don't really know of any instances, I've been in this for a long time, where a doctor has refused care for an infant born alive. So it's a weird question. But you're seeing here 78% in, 78% of the votes in. It does seem to be an abortion question, which is how people have voted, and the no side is winning right now versus the yes side. So interesting that in all the cases that we know of, in 3 of the 5 cases, we've got a situation where abortion rights have been affirmed. In 2, we have not it's not been settled yet, but it looks like it's going that way. In every instance in which an abortion question was asked, the abortion rights side of things seemed to have merged. I just want to be careful about how I phrase it because of the weirdness of how Montana has asked that question. And of course, earlier this year we saw Kansas, right, where it's not a reflection of whether people like abortion rights or not. Lisa, you were making the point that it felt more like people saying, don't take my rights away.
Yeah, and I want to read in a little bit about the Montana referendum 131 that you were talking about, because this is what we see a lot of times with these referendums and the way they are worded that make it difficult
They're confusing,
They're confusing. And part of the pushback from doctors here has been concern that the law would limit palliative care for infants who are born but will not survive, which is always this tricky terrain that we get into when you talk about abortions that happen during a pregnancy that is already advanced, because very often it is a medical intervention on the part of a doctor, either because there is risk to the mother or to the baby. This, again, you see the way it is worded. You see the language, right, of the name of the referendum kind of says it all.
Right. And this is something that we've found in instances all across America where we've talked to people about this concept of doctors being held liable for abortion matters, because the issue becomes doctors are not making this legislation. There isn't somebody who's the legislator in that room with the pregnant person making that decision. So now you've got, there was one state, I can't remember where it was, where they just stopped providing abortions because no one could figure out what lawyer you need to make what decision in order to do it.
I'm sure this has happened to all of you, where I've spoken with providers and they say, I am in a moment where I have to make a critical medical decision. And in that moment, I now have to say, call the lawyers, which both slows down care, reduces quality of care, and adds an entire gray element to what should otherwise be a medically based scientific decision.
In states now where people are worried about becoming the example case that a particular attorney general may want to make.
And to tie it back to all of this, we've talked a lot about how there are things that just seem sort of common sense to people. And if you're a person who has sought health care in this country, you know that you don't want your doctor on the phone with an attorney as a critical medical decision is being made.
Which was one of the more successful campaign ads that was run against Greg Abbott in his campaign. It was this very powerful ad of a woman with her husband talking to the doctor, and the doctor tells them, you know, you're going to have to make a very difficult choice. But before he does, he goes and picks up the phone and he calls Greg Abbott to find out whether or not he can proceed. And it was a very powerful ad from the moms in Texas for Beto. But I think, you know, to your point, Barack Obama in his final messages on the both in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin talked about abortion. I think he delivered a very important message, which was there are good people with conscience who may disagree with me about abortion, but all of us can agree that a woman has the right to make a decision about her own body. And I think that was a factor in the way the Democrats messaged about abortion in the final days of this campaign.
Freedom.
Freedom. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of the midterm elections here on MSNBC. Stay with us.
It is almost 5 in the morning out east. I'm Alicia Menendez. Thank you for joining us for MSNBC's continuing election coverage. Joining our conversation, Ferdinand Amandi, a Democratic pollster and MSNBC political analyst, Christina Greer, Associate Professor of Political Science at Fordham University and author of Black Ethnics. It is great to see you both, Ferdinand. I got to start with your home state, a state that I have spent a lot of time in. I think sort of we see the numbers, we understand how big they are. It also has to be understood in the context of the Democratic Party making a strategic decision not to invest in the state. What say you?
Listen, I mean, amazing to think 10 years ago we woke up thinking that the Democrats had picked that Republican lock in Florida. Obama had carried the state for the second time in a presidential contest, and Republicans freaked out, knowing that if they had lost Florida, there was no more White House ambitions for them. To their credit, Alicia, they tripled and quadrupled down. They set up a permanent campaign operation in the state. And here we are now 10 years later. It's a ruby red state. Take it off the battleground board. You know, one of the other elements, though, that I think folks haven't thought so much about is in the past, Republicans have had to spend so much money to defend Florida. And even if they're winning it by slow margins. Now, with Florida, in essence, as you alluded to, off the table by the National Democrats, it's going to free up some of that Republican money to compete in other states in 2024. But it's a significant reversal of fortunes. And the big winner in Republican circles, despite the fact that no red wave materialized absolutely last night, was Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, Christina Greer, my favorite political scientist. You know, there were a lot of people who were surprised by the results we've seen coming in, curious about what it was that was driving voters to the polls, that was informing their decision. As you watch these results roll in, what is top of mind for you?
Well, you know, data has shown us that voters go to the polls based on economic issues, and Joe Biden's had quite a few wins. He's been able to, decrease inflation to a certain extent, and voters, I think, are interested in sticking with him to a certain extent moving forward in the next at least 2 years. You know, I think Democrats need to do a lot better at articulating their wins. Time and time again, Alicia, we have this conversation. Democrats actually do have legislative victories. Can they let the voters know what they're actually doing to work on their behalf? I do think other voters, though, as possibly a second and close third, did go to the polls thinking about, A, the future of our democracy, and definitely I'm curious to see some of the polling data in the days to come with young people who really did turn out thinking about a woman's right to choose. And that's male and female voters thinking about their own future and how much government intervention, especially from the Republican side, that they said they wanted to have in people's lives and people's bodies.
Hey, Christina, you're a New Yorker, and we haven't even talked about the governor's race in New York. Kathy Hochul going up against Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin, who just rode the crime issue into the ground and narrowed the polling gap that he had with Governor Hochul. But we see there, right there on the board, Governor Hochul won by 5 points. Was the concern overblown?
No, Jonathan, I don't think it was. I mean, this was definitely a great concern. You know, so many people said, oh, New York is blue. I don't need to vote. Oh, New York is blue. We don't need to worry about this. She's the incumbent. And Lee Zeldin is an anti-choice, election denier, insurrectionist supporter who has no plan for jobs, no plan for the inflation, and it used fear-mongering. I mean, let's be clear. Crime is up in particular areas, but for a lot of folks, it's the perception of crime. And he rode that wave, Jonathan, without any real concrete ideas about the future of New York State. So the fact that Kathy Hochul won with single digits should let her know that there's work for her to do articulating her vision to the folks in New York. And also, when you look at the map of New York, as I've said before, every state is a red state. It's just, do you have enough blue cities to make that red state turn blue every 2 or 4 years? If you look at the map of New York, you've got really strong blue cities and sometimes blue surrounding areas, but look at the map. It is ruby red. So there are a lot of counties that, bought what Lee Zeldin was selling. He was hoping that he'd have a 1994 George Pataki Republican surprise where, if you recall, George Pataki ousted Mario Cuomo when he was seeking his 4th term as New York State governor. However, that type of Republican barely exists anymore. And so Lee Zeldin is a Trump-supported candidate, and we see that New Yorkers rejected it, but they only rejected it by single digits, and that should concern the Democratic Party moving forward, just because if they get another candidate that has a little more time, a little more experience, and can have a multifaceted vision that's not just singular as far as crime, then they could have a victory at some point down the line.
Fernand, it's Ayman here. Quick question for you. There was some concern that the narrative that had been discussed among Latino voters was becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. Do you feel that after tonight, Democrats should wake up to the concerns that are out there that they are losing big swaths of Latino voters to the GOP, excuse me?
Oh, I mean, I think tonight's result, and as we get more data coming in, it made it clear. The Democrats do not have a problem with Hispanic voters, with the exception of my home state of Florida, which is a little bit of a different dynamic. Florida's going to do Florida always differently, and it's the case with Hispanic voters. But overall, nationally, even in the state of Texas, there was a lot of concern about the Rio Grande Valley. You saw Secretary Castro say there, and I think conclusively show, Democrats received overwhelming support from Hispanics. Nevada and Arizona, 2 states where if those Senate races go for the Democrats, it's going to be on the back of overwhelming Hispanic support. So I think now the question becomes not so much is and are Hispanics strongly in the Democratic column, it's what they can continue to do to build up those margins and grow that coalition in the states to come for 2024, because they're going to need every last one of that Hispanic support to get Joe Biden over the top, Eamon, if he decides to run for president again in 2024.
Ferdinand Amandi, Christine Greer, I don't know if you stayed up late or got up early to be with us, but thank you.
Baby. All-nighter.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We're going to fit in another quick break, and we'll be right back.
We have got another hour in us. Don't go anywhere. In the next hour, we're going to talk to political analyst Maria Hinojosa, Color of Change President Rashad Robinson, creator of the TV series of Culture Story, Alyssa London, and Greg Bluestein, reporter from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Another hour of 2022 midterm coverage on MSNBC begins right now. Hi, welcome back to MSNBC's continuing coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. It is 5 a.m. in the East. You've either been with us all night or you're just waking up with us. Either way, grab a cup of coffee, buckle in, because control of Congress, believe it or not, if you are just waking up, still hangs in the balance. NBC News' decision desk now projects Republicans will have a 2-seat majority with 220 seats in the House of Representatives next year. That projection, however, does, because it's a projection, include a margin of error of plus or minus 10 seats. 218 seats are needed to take the House. It's jump ball right now out west in Nevada. Republican Senate hopeful Adam Laxalt now narrowly leads the Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto with 80% of the vote in. That is still too early to call for us. In the Senate, Democrats made a key gain with the victory of John Fetterman over the Republican TV doctor Mehmet Oz. Fetterman had this to say to a crowd of supporters.
I'm proud of what we ran on. Protecting a woman's right to choose. Raising our minimum wage. Fighting the union way of life. Healthcare is a fundamental human right. It saved my life, and it should all be there for you when you ever should need it.
Now, which party controls the Senate remains up in the air. We're still awaiting updates from key battleground states such as Wisconsin. There, the Republican incumbent Senator Ron Johnson is narrowly leading the Democratic nominee, Wisconsin Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes. This race, with 94% in, still remains too close to call. In Arizona, the Democrat incumbent Mark Kelly leads the Republican nominee Blake Masters. That race also too early to call. That's because 67% of the vote is in, although it's trickling in by the hour. And then there is Georgia, because there's always Georgia, where the Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock leads the Republican nominee Herschel Walker by less than 1 point with 96% in. Due to Georgia's election rules, that is not enough to avoid a runoff. NBC News continues to categorize Georgia Senate race as too close to call. If there is a runoff, it'll be held in a month. 5 states considered ballot proposals on abortion. Measures to protect abortion access prevailed in California, in Michigan, and Vermont. Results from Kentucky and Montana are too early to call right now. I'm back with Jonathan Capehart, Alicia Menendez, and Eamon Mohiuddin. We want to. Do we want to go to Jake at the moment? I just want to check with the control. Do I want to? Can I talk to my friends, or do? I can chat with my friends. Okay, that's good. Okay.
You sounded like a teenager there for a minute.
Can I talk to my friends? Can I talk for a little bit longer? We have been here all night, but there are still things to talk about. One of the things we were just chatting about in the break, Joe Walsh, the former Republican, still conservative, made the point that everybody has to stop underestimating Joe Biden. It's kind of wild. His popularity remains relatively low, lower than a lot of recent presidents going into a midterm election, and yet, however this all shakes down, his performance in a midterm election has been better.
Right. We've seen Democratic presidents go out the morning after a midterm election and use words like shellacking, or a Republican going out and saying, we took a thumping.
Yeah.
What is President Biden going to say today? He's not going to say any of those words. It is decidedly a good night for the Democratic Party, or morning, but also a good morning for the president. Folks were looking at the possibility of him having conversations about, because of devastation that was supposed to happen among Democrats, oh my God, what does this mean? Joe Biden, should you run for president again? And I think if those conversations start happening, amen, that they will be premature.
Well, listen, to your point, you were talking to Karine Jean-Pierre about this, about the president being out on the campaign trail, right? Because it was like a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment, where if he was going to campaign, in some places, people were like, should the president be here? Will he be hurting the candidate's chances of winning? And if he wasn't there, why wasn't the president in all of these other locations? Why hasn't he been out on the stump with all these other candidates? And I think tonight he has been vindicated with the strategy that the White House and the Democratic Party has rolled out. He campaigned in the places that he needed to, and he got those candidates across the finish line in a place like Pennsylvania with John Fetterman, who's out there with Barack Obama as well. And we'll see how that plays out. And to your point, if Georgia does go to a runoff, it is no longer a Georgia race. It's going to be a national race. And you're going to see both parties put in a lot of resources and all the heavy hitters come out. And that will be, I think the president will be, strengthened and uplifted by what has happened tonight to say, I will go to Georgia and I do have a place to play in the future of that race.
Let me add two things to this conversation. One is I think we've known for some time that we need a better way of rating the favorability of a national leader, that these numbers have proven insufficient. Of course, people are frustrated by things that are happening in their everyday life. Of course, they are most likely to blame the guy in charge for that. I think voters are still smarter and more nuanced than that, where they can kind of like the guy, but wish that eggs didn't cost so much. They can wish things were different and understand that the president and his party had taken a series of legislative actions to help ease the pain. The other thing I'm going to say is that, if I'm the Biden administration, I'm thinking about how to message this. Yes, it was a win for Biden. Yes, it was a win for Dems. I think you got to talk about this as a win for democracy. That we have walked up to this moment talking about the fact that we feel as though we are teetering. Where is the leader who's going to step in and wrangle folks? And you know who it ended up being? It ended up being everyday Americans. It ended up being everyday Americans who took time from their jobs and their kids, and they showed up and they voted. Maybe not because their favorite person was on the ballot, but because they understood the moment that they were living.
This was citizenship in action. That's the thing.
And the other thing, though, let's keep in mind that President Biden gave two speeches about threats to democracy. One that was, a week before Election Day. And there were people who were still questioning why is the president talking about this? Folks don't care really about this. If you look at the polls, it's inflation, it's the economy, it's crime. And what we're finding out, to Alicia's point, no, threats to democracy was front and center.
But look, can we just put that back up on the screen for a second, that poll that we just showed about the threats to democracy? Because it showed the one commonality between Republicans and Democrats in this country is that an overwhelming majority of both think that democracy is threatened, but for entirely different reasons. Right? Republicans think that voting is fraudulent and Joe Biden's not the president. We've got a fakey president in the House, and Democrats think
the books that we're teaching in CRT
are going to turn your kids, they're going to turn your kids into stuff. Right. So therein lies an interesting question. And Joe Walsh, again, conservative, says he thought that Joe Biden making a speech about democracy was actually the right thing to do. And while everybody may not articulate that the thing I'm doing is I'm going out there to fight for or vote for democracy, you've all said it differently tonight. People could understand, oh, you're crazy, or that's whack, or
respect
maybe
our elections,
or respect our elections, or you are actually anti-democratic.
And it created a sense of urgency, right, which is extremely important in a midterm. Right, to remind people.
Because midterms are the opposite of urgency for most people.
Absolutely, you're accustomed to seeing turnout fall down. It was a way of saying, your vote, it all matters.
But here's the one thing I'm just going to add as a caveat to this, which we should still be careful about, which is, and in some races still too early to call, but I think 290 election deniers on the ballots, 80 of them lost, 160 have won.
Most of them won.
Most of them have won. And for me, the big takeaway about what has happened since 2020 is that when you have a far-right party or an extreme party like we have with certain parts of the Republican Party, they didn't self-moderate after 2020. Donald Trump did not come out. Kevin McCarthy did not come out. They did maybe for a day or two. They could have walked away from the Trump extremism and the MAGA extremism. but it was short-lived. They doubled down. They went back into the fold, and so they pivoted to the right. And so for me, the takeaway from tonight is, okay, the Republicans are going to have, again, this divide. Should we have leaned in harder? Should we have even put more extreme candidates? Will they be able to say,
well,
look,
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I mean, I want to just run down the list of the ones that lost. These are the deniers who lost tonight. The gubernatorial candidates who did not accept the results of the 2020 election were too close to call with the denier-in-chief, who is Kerry Lake in Arizona. Tim Michels in Wisconsin lost. He said that if you elected Republicans, they would never lose again in Wisconsin, which is a strange thing to say. Tudor Dixon in Michigan lost. Doug Mastriano, in the running with Kerry Lake for denier-in-chief, lost decisively to Josh Shapiro, his Democratic opponent. Darren Bailey in Illinois lost decisively to J.B. Pritzker. Dan Cox in Maryland, we were expecting that loss, but he lost because the outgoing Maryland governor called him a kook or something like that.
Something like that.
Something like that. Lee Zeldin in New York. We just talked to Christina Greer. He lost. Secretaries of State.
Dan Bolduc
Dan Bolduc lost the Senate race in New Hampshire to Maggie Hassan. Too close to call in Arizona with Mark Fincham, was at January 6th. He was there with the crowd. Jim Marchand in Nevada, still too close to call. Christina Caramo in Michigan, who actually on her campaign signs was all about, like the whole thing was about fraud, and she had some kind of a lock to indicate, I don't know, she was going to lock the rest of them up. Kim Crockett in Minnesota, Secretary of State candidate, lost, election denier. Audrey Mendonca Trujillo in New Mexico, lost. And in Pennsylvania, you can't call it a loss because it's not an elected position, but Doug Mastriano had said that if he had won, he would have appointed a Secretary of State who would have done that. So some key positions. Democracy could have died or might die in Pennsylvania or Michigan or Arizona, and those people, a lot of those key deniers, lost their election site. But you're right, more than half of all of those election deniers
and a silver lining in Georgia that you had a Brian Kemp, silver lining in this democracy fight, which you had Brian Kemp and Brad Raffensperger, two people who stood up to Donald Trump and the big lie, and
they were reelected.
So you could make the argument that in Georgia, at least the people were able to make that distinction and say, we're still the jury's still out on Herschel Walker, but they were able to look at Brian Kemp and Brad Raffensperger and still say, you know, we reject what Trump did in 2020, and we're going to bring you guys back for a couple more years.
We wanted to look at one race before we go to California. It is a governor's race in, Rebecca, tell me who's. Let's go to Nevada and take a look at what the situation is in the governor's race. It's tightening. We still are, we can't call this yet. It's 80% in. It's too early to call. Joe Lombardo, the Republican, now in the lead, 50.6 to 45.8. So we're going to continue to watch this. This is another potential change in a governor's mansion if this persists.
Right, and one of the things that we've long understood about Nevada is it was hit, all states were hit economically by the pandemic. Nevada, because of its reliance on tourism. And I don't know, you were in Arizona, you were not in Nevada. And I was in Nevada, and I was talking to people where there was frustration about that issue. They were more likely to lay it at the feet of the governor than at the feet of the U.S. senator, right? That they saw it as a state issue. And so it's also going to be interesting to watch as both of those numbers come in, who they hold responsible.
We're going to keep a close eye on that as well. We have a number of states we're watching. Let's go to California. Orange County, once the home of prominent conservatives like Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan. The region saw a blue wave in 2018, especially with the election of the Democratic Congresswoman Katie Porter, but saw Republican resilience in 2020, including the election of the Republican Congresswoman Michelle Steele. And Michelle Steele's race is a very interesting one. NBC's news correspondent Jake Ward is joining us to explain it. Jake, good early morning to you in California. What's the situation where you are? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not exactly clear what the situation is as to what time it is on my watch, but, you know, a really interesting thing to be in California watching all of this. You guys have been unpacking the races across the country in such an expert way, but to watch them from California is a very unique thing because, first of all, we know, right, that at this point, because California is both so huge and the count happens so late in the process, it's probably, I mean, it's really, I think, not too much to say that California could determine the fate of all of this, right? That margin of error could truly be corrected here in California within the next day or so. And it is just a fascinating place to watch because, you know, first of all, there's all this rhetoric, the stuff that you guys have been unpacking so expertly around, you know, the misinformation and intentional disinformation about, you know, Kari Lake and the rest of them sort of, you know, trying to punch holes in the idea that we have free and fair elections in this country. Well, here in California, I've been watching the mechanism at work, and it is extraordinary to see, right? Combination of GPS-tracked boxes like the one you see over my shoulder being brought in, sheriff's deputies overseeing it, you know, this extraordinary staff bringing these things in, and at every step of the way, there's been this chain of custody that rivals, you know, the moving of gold bars through, you know, bank processes. I mean, all of this stuff is so extraordinarily ironclad. That said, there's still a lot of mystery out there, and that mystery has to do with which way this state is going to go. We know, by and large, it will be blue, and we know the big names, you know, what has happened with them, right? The Maxine Waters, the Barbara Lees, the Adam Schiffs, the Nancy Pelosi's. We know the victors in those contests, but there are still so many in this newly redistricted Golden State that have yet to be determined, and so much of the fate of this whole midterm is going to come out of this state, you guys.
Jake Ward, we appreciate it. Thank you for your reporting. I think you're right that before we know where the balance of power hangs in Congress, we're going to have to see a lot of those results from California, and hopefully we get those in the course of the next few days. Good to see you, my friend. As always, Jake Ward for us in California. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, we're watching a few Senate races very closely. I just want to run through them quickly. First of all, I just want to get Alaska off the table because it doesn't matter who wins there. It's going to be a Republican. We know that that stays in the Republican column. Wisconsin is still too close to call. Same thing. If Ron Johnson wins it, it's no gain for the Republicans. Republicans need 2 seats. So they've got to look at Georgia, which may go to a runoff. So I'm just going to take that off the board right now, which brings us down to Arizona and Nevada that we're looking at very, very closely. Why we don't have results in for all of that. In Nevada, this is the Senate election right now. We've got 80% in. We're calling that too early to call. Adam Laxalt, the Republican, has now taken the lead there, but it's a lead of about 22,000 votes over the incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto. So that would be a gain for Republicans if that were to happen, but it's too close to call. Now take a look at this. This is how Nevada breaks down. The only overwhelmingly blue county here is Clark County, where Las Vegas is. Right there we have a little more of the vote in, 84%. And we've got Catherine Cortez Masto leading Adam Laxalt 51-46, but there's more to come here, and Las Vegas is going to be where we're going to see a lot of it happen. Let's switch over to the governor's race. First of all, statewide, same situation, 80% in. Joe Lombardo now beating the incumbent Steve Sisolak, 50-45% with 80% in. Again, too early to call there. Let's take a look at the Senate race in Nevada. I'm sorry, I just looked at that. So let's go out to Arizona now and see. Well, you know what? I want to do one other thing. I want to look at the governor's race in Nevada, 80% there. Let's go to Clark County. Same situation. It's where if there are more Democratic votes to come for Steve Sisolak, they're going to come from Clark County. Again, it's closer. He's at 49.7 to 46.9. So that's where we are in Nevada. I want to talk to my colleagues about that a little more in a second. But before that, let's go out to Arizona and see what our situation is. Far fewer votes in terms of a percentage, 67% in statewide. Katie Hobbs, very, very close now, 35,000 votes separating Katie Hobbs from Kari Lake, who is an election denier. Again, there are lots of places these votes can come from, but let's take a look at Maricopa County and Phoenix. Little bit more than the state average, 68% in, and we are getting these in. When we first started, we were at about 56%. So every hour we're getting more and more of these votes, and that's what we're going to be looking at in Arizona. Let's take a look at the Senate race there. This is the incumbent, Mark Kelly. Let's look at it statewide for a second. 67% in. That makes it too early to call. Mark Kelly's at 52%. Blake Masters, again, another important election denier, at 46% there statewide. Let's take a look at Maricopa County. Obviously, Maricopa County was where the fraud was, the bamboo sniffing ballots, whatever it is. This is where it all goes down. It's a little better than the state average. Same thing, 68% of the votes in. That still makes it too early to call. 53 43 to 45. So this is why we can't tell you who's going to control the Senate tonight. We wouldn't be able to tell you anyway because of Georgia, so we're not going to make that decision. We'll get this information from Wisconsin eventually, but it won't matter because it can't give the Republicans a lead, nor can Alaska. So for tonight's purposes and tomorrow morning's purposes, Nevada and Arizona are what we're looking at. Ironically, two states that my colleague Alicia Menendez has just been in.
Not ironic at all. In fact, if you
need,
need to know something about me, Ali, it's that I do like being right now and then. And one of the arguments that I had been making was that a lot of this was going to come down to Nevada and was going to come down to Arizona. Yeah. That is, of course, frustrating because there are also states where when you talk to people who are very familiar with the state's politics, they say, don't expect that this is going to be decided in this state on election night, right? Both in Nevada, in Arizona, they were trying to set that expectation, especially since it has been set against the backdrop of all of these candidates who are, in fact, election deniers. So we sort of knew this was going to be the case. It has proven to be so. And one of the other things that someone in Nevada told me, and I think this bears out if we can pull up those Cortez Masto numbers, is you either win by 2 or lose by 1. Yeah, this is a state that is going to be close. Yeah. No matter how it turns out. I think the other important context in Nevada is, this was the Reid machine. This was the political machine that Harry Reid had built inside the state. This is their first time. Catherine Cortez Masto, a protege of his, he really hand-selected her. First time running a race without him. And so that is lingering in the background of this entire conversation.
We're going to be following this one very, very closely for the course of the night.
All right, I want to bring into this conversation Maria Hinojosa, the founder of Futuro Media Group and an MSNBC political analyst. Rashad Robinson is president of the nonprofit organization Color of Change. Also here, Alyssa London, MSNBC contributor and founder, creator, producer, and host of the Culture Story TV series. It is great to see you all. Maria Hinojosa, I'm going to start with you. There was one narrative about Latino voters going into this night. The results have actually been more nuanced, more complicated than a lot of people expected. What have you been keeping your eye on?
Well, actually, Alicia, I went to sleep last night.
Don't brag, Maria.
No, seriously.
So I didn't know what to expect. I was like, I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to calm down, go to sleep. And I love what you said, Alicia, because I really do think that today, this morning, it is a vote for democracy that won. I went to sleep thinking there might be this red wave, although I was very circumspect. I was very concerned about violence and intimidation, and of course, watching Latino and Latina voters. So right now, I am calm. I think that democracy won, as you said, and what happened was regular people coming out and taking these issues to hand. So the first thing that I saw that kind of got me was the circle that the New York Times did around the U.S.-Mexico border, saying that the red wave along the U.S.-Mexico border, that South Texas, Rio Grande Valley, did not happen, right? That's important. Even though Beto did not win, one of the things that I was watching was Texas, because of the fact that I had heard that so many Latino and Latina voters were motivated to come out to vote because of Uvalde and that their disappointment, their anger towards Governor Greg Abbott. But at the same time, looking at these numbers, of course, Greg Abbott won, but it still was a win, I think, in the sense of voters in Texas writ large, because as you know, it's often said Texas is not a blue state or a red state. It's a non-voting state. So increasing voting by any measure by Latinos and Latinas is great. I'm looking at places like Pennsylvania, where Latinos and Latinas are the swing within Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania. I don't know the specifics, but the fact that Fetterman won is a very big deal. So those are some of the quick takeaways, but I'm feeling pretty positive. And my big critique, I think, is of us in the media. Why did we continue to talk about this red wave, this red wave, this red wave, when it was clear that we really couldn't actually say that with certainty? So, but I'm feeling good.
Maria, I should say Pulitzer Prize winning journalist Maria Hinojosa. Futuro Media conducted a poll in October of Latino voters in Florida, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. And I'm curious to get your sense, now that we have seen people vote and we have vote tallies. I'm wondering if you've been able to, in the wee hours that we have here, there's been a not discrepancy, but a difference between your findings in that poll in October and the results, the hard results we're seeing now.
Look, I think, first of all, Futuro Media wanted to dip into the whole issue of polling, and we did. We're a small, nonprofit, tiny but mighty media organization. I'm super proud of my colleague Julio Ricardo Varela, who led that polling. Polling of Latinos and Latinas, as you know, is not easy. It's the thing that we should all be focusing on, because my mantra, right, over and over and over again, Latinos and Latinas are the second largest voting voting cohort in the United States. But as we know, and what we said in our polling with Latinos in Florida, Ron DeSantis is a big winner, and he turned out to be that winner. But still, to me, Jonathan, the big issue is you have got to go after these voters. You cannot let them just sit there and pretend that they're not important, because they have to be. And Ohio, I think, is a big loss for Democrats. And again, if you look at Latino voters in Ohio, it's a tiny margin, but that's the kind of thing that could have changed the results in Ohio. So we're going to continue to keep doing this polling. It's going to, for us, it's always a way to understand the complexity of the Latino-Latina vote. And that's part of our message. It is not a simple voting cohort, but we who believe in democracy have to be talking about the second largest voting cohort that exists in the United States.
Rashad, it's Ayman here. You know, some big history-making candidates today, African-American candidates making some history today, I should say. You know, immediately coming to mind, Wes Moore in Maryland, first African-American governor in that state, just the third overall, and that is in of itself remarkable. The Attorney General as well, Anthony Brown, first African-American Attorney General. Talk to me about some of the races that you were watching this evening that are going to have an impact, not just on the African-American community, but on all the issues and all the social justice stuff that you track and work on closely.
You know, we were looking very closely at Michigan and Pennsylvania, just as states where election deniers were very much trying to take control of the infrastructure of elections, whether it was the governor race in Pennsylvania being able to appoint the Secretary of State, or in Michigan where our Political Action Committee threw down and really engaged and supported Jocelyn Benson, but is also the Attorney General, and Jocelyn Benson running for Secretary of State as well as the Attorney General and the governor on the Democratic side. We were also looking at places that maybe a lot of people weren't looking at. There was a lot of money thrown in to the Attorney General race in Minnesota. People remember Keith Ellison really stepping in the gap during the uprisings of 2020 and taking the case against Derek Chauvin, who put his knee for 8 full seconds plus on George Floyd's neck. Ellison taking that race and really engaging in there, and that was another place. We also engaged in the Hennepin County District Attorney race, and also was another place where so much of the movement of people have become politicized since 2020, the uprisings and engagements, upticks in voter registration. And so Minneapolis and Minnesota was a place that our Political Action Committee engaged, and we wanted to make sure we went there and sent a message around reform and continuing to try to place pressure even while there's national conversation around walking away from some of the reforms that became a focus of a lot of energy in 2020. I think that another place we were focusing on and a disappointment was some of the sort of exceptional, brilliant, and path-breaking Black women who were on the ballot statewide, and a number of those candidates didn't get over the line in North Carolina and Georgia, in particular, where we were supporting Beasley and Abrams. But I also think the fact that we are in this moment where we are contending for power, and our folks are contending for power in this way, and outside organizations and the party are trying to figure out how we get folks over the line. The ability to to be able to see themselves in these races that we couldn't possibly see a couple of years ago, I think is important.
Alyssa, nearly 90 Indigenous candidates on state and national ballots this midterm election. Also, when I was in Arizona, I heard a lot about the role that Indigenous communities there could play as a voting group. Your thoughts as you watch these results roll in?
I want to note that I'm incredibly proud of Mary Peltola and her team becoming the first Alaska Native woman in Congress ever. I think as an Alaska Native, we are just extremely proud of her. I also want to call out the results of Republican Mark Wayne Mullen, who was declared the winner in his race for U.S. Senate, becoming the first senator that is Native since Ben Nighthorse Campbell. And so it's just been awesome to see the results roll in. I've been watching it on Indian Country today as they've been doing election night coverage. With there being 90 candidates from whether it's state politics or national politics in Indian Country, there's a lot of implications in terms of rural America and how that plays out in terms of the politics that we are watching, whether it's gun control or climate change. And so I know that Indian Country has a strong voice, and it's also a very bipartisan voice. When it comes to Alaska, even the Senate seat that is, of course, going to go to a Republican, those are very different value systems, depending on whether it's Lisa Murkowski or her opponent that gets the seat. So it just shows that when it comes to Indigenous politics, it just really depends on which kind of person, not necessarily the party itself, that gets elected.
Thank you to the three of you. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Maria Hinojosa, Rashad Robinson, and Alyssa London. Thanks for your time. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break. Our coverage continues right after this. One of the states we're watching closely tonight is Kansas. There's a governor's race there that at the moment is too close to call. 93% in. The incumbent Laura Kelly has a 15,000 vote lead over Derek Schmidt, 49.2 to 47.6. Again, because it's so tight, we're calling this too close to call. We need to get some more votes in here. I just want to sort of give you an overlay here. See where Laura Kelly's strength is coming from. It's all the urban centers in Kansas. Kansas City, Lawrence, Topeka, and Wichita. I want to go back to that proposal that we had earlier in the summer, the constitutional right to an abortion, which is in the Kansas State Constitution, and there was a movement to get it removed. It was actually a fairly confusing, it was a fairly confusing ballot question. So the no is actually the abortion rights side, and it prevailed fairly well, 59% to 41%. See the centers in which that question won, and I'm going to overlay that with the governor's race, and you'll see they're not dissimilar, right? It's still largely around Kansas's urban centers. With the proposition, though, it got support from places that are otherwise Republican because it was a right that's in the Constitution that a number of people said, let's not take away. So that's just an interesting overlay to see how that's going on. But right now, the Kansas governor election is too close to call at 14,912 votes, separating Laura Kelly and Derek Schmidt, 93%. And we're going to look at that very closely over the course of the next, obviously, as long as it takes to get those numbers in. You were making a point, Alicia, earlier that part of the reason you can't compare all these abortion referendum questions, but they have all been successful since Kansas. And tonight, there are two that we haven't got final numbers on in Montana and in Kentucky, but they were trending toward the abortion rights side prevailing. The issue in Kansas was it was a right that existed. So there may be people who don't feel strongly about abortion rights, but who were talking, as you said, more about government overreach. Right.
And I think it's really interesting that you see places where people came, they showed up, they voted for Republican candidates, and they still, voted whichever way you would consider to be pro-choice.
Yeah, you can't tell, by the way, from the question.
Right, pro-access to reproductive health care. And it brings me back to the question that we've all been discussing over and over again, which is, should Republicans gain control of the House. It is a number we have been watching all night. What will their governing agenda look like? And what from tonight will they be processing as a message from voters about what it is that they expect from them? Remember, we sort of had the counterfactual conversation, right? What happens if voters, or what would have happened if voters did not punish Republicans for the overturn of Roe? Would they take that as an ability to really do whatever they wanted on a variety of social issues? So now that we're seeing that voters came out, in some cases voted for Republicans, but still said these positions go too far, will Republicans metabolize that as a lesson from voters about what they can and cannot do? And remember, we focused on abortion, but there were a number of propositions, questions on ballots across different states. I'm thinking specifically in Arizona about Prop 308, which is this question of whether or not Dreamers should be able to receive in-state tuition in the state of Arizona. It will be interesting. Again, we've still been watching Arizona, looking for those numbers, a question of whether or not that drove voters out in favor of one party or the other.
Yeah, that's going to be, and we're still watching a couple of those abortion questions, by the way, that are coming in. We'll keep you updated on that, particularly in Kentucky and Montana. We're going to take a quick break. Our coverage continues on the other side.
All right, so the Senate race in Georgia is most likely headed to a runoff, with neither candidate securing more than 50% of the vote. And earlier in the night, Democratic candidate for governor Stacey Abrams conceded to incumbent Brian Kemp. Joining me now is Greg Bluestein, MSNBC political contributor, political reporter for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and author of Flipped. Greg, it's great to see you again. Thank you so much for getting up early for us. So here we go again, right? All eyes on Georgia. Obviously, it's not called. It's still early. Could potentially be going to a runoff, early indications. But it is going to be perhaps the deciding state in who gets to control the Senate. What is your big takeaway from the night?
Well, a significant number of split ticket voters split their ticket between Governor Kemp and Senator Raphael Warnock, and that's going to be a big factor in a runoff. He's going to continue to try to get these middle-of-the-road voters, these swing voters who are still uncontroversial. And the big question is, will it be for control of the U.S. Senate? Because that will change the ballgame. If this is for seat number 52 in a Republican-controlled Senate, it's a different race. A lot of those skeptical Republican voters might stay home or might vote for Warnock. But if this is once again for control of the U.S. Senate, like it was just a year ago in Georgia when you had Warnock and John Ossoff flip those seats, then it's basically a race reset where you're going to have hundreds of millions of dollars pumped into Georgia over the next 4 weeks in another battle for control of Congress.
Greg, how much were you surprised by how well Raphael Warnock, how well Herschel Walker is doing going up against Raphael Warnock? Is this because of Brian Kemp, or is this because of Herschel Walker and what's at stake with the Senate?
I think it's because of Raphael Warnock. And I say that because you're in an environment where every other statewide Democratic candidate lost, and lost fairly badly. And Warnock ran this campaign aiming for the middle. He steered clear of Joe Biden. He tried to appeal to those independent voters. I think that was one of the big differences. Of course, Herschel Walker's vulnerabilities, his weaknesses played into that as well. But, I think the question should be more of why did Raphael Warnock, why is he still competitive in this race, where Stacey Abrams was only about 45, 46% of the vote and lost by 7 or 8 points, whereas Raphael Warnock is right there, neck and neck with Herschel Walker at the very end.
Hey, Greg, it's Jonathan Capehart. Let's keep talking about Stacey Abrams. Why didn't she do as well as a lot of people either thought or hoped?
Yeah, well, down here, the polls showed her significantly behind Governor Kemp for a while, so this was not a shock at all. But there's a couple reasons. One is that he had a record to run on. And, a lot of people liked it, a lot of people didn't like it, but he could run on that record, whereas she only was able to run on promises, and she made a lot of them. But he could point to what he did. He made very few second-term promises, but he could point to what he did in a first term. The second is Joe Biden's approval ratings. We're hearing it around the country, but in Georgia, it's significant. They were lower than 40%. And so Governor Kemp could just say over and over again, the Biden-Abrams agenda, the Biden-Abrams economy, the Biden-Abrams Washington. And that had a factor as well. And I think the third thing is the economy. You keep going back to it, but the Governor Kemp could point to what he did to help insulate Georgians from economic turmoil, talking about tax rebates, suspending the gas tax, reopening the state's economy early in the pandemic. These were all things that polled very popularly that were at the center of his campaign agenda. And he could point to Stacey Abrams as being opposed to some of those elements. It's all three of those factors kind of wrapped together.
Greg Bluestein from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, MSNBC political analyst. Greg, always a pleasure, my friends. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Thank you.
Yeah, and a big takeaway really quickly from Georgia, guys. I think that the not just the split ticket, but I think if you're Donald Trump and you watch what happened in Georgia, two guys that defied you and stood up to you back in 2020 saying not going to be part of your big lie, they both won, and they both won convincingly. We've got a lot more to talk about. We'll be right back.
All right, our coverage of the midterm elections is actually never going to end, but will end for us for a little while. Before I go, though, we have had what an evening. It's not exactly what everybody thought it was going to be. So, Elise, I'm going to start with you. What are you thinking now, other than how soon you can get to bed? You're actually coming back very soon.
It's like you can read my mind. It's so crazy. I never wanted to talk about the odds of these elections without talking about the stakes, and I think the stakes are crystal clear. This was about democracy. This was about a woman's right to choose. This was about the future of this country and our economy. And that was clear to voters, right? Like, they sort of were able to cut through all of the noise and send a really clear message about what was important to them. And so, to me, this was a really bolstering night in terms of being reminded that the people were paying attention, they understood the stakes, and they showed up and they voted.
And when we were walking down, Jonathan, you had a similar thought that your whole demeanor was different than what you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, we come into these things thinking we know what's going to happen, even though, I said, let's be humble about what we're about to find out. But what's been so thrilling for me in watching all of this and seeing all of this is that the American people have proven that they are infinitely smarter than we give them credit for, that they are able to walk and chew gum at the same time. They can care about inflation, but they could also care about a family member's right to reproductive health care. And then back to my nerdy point, since we only have a few seconds left for me, the idea that the Republicans have not run away with the House majority and the possibility that whoever the Republican leader will only have a 2-seat majority means that even if the Democrats are in the minority, they will still wield an incredible amount of power.
Yeah, and that at the moment our projections still are for 220 Democratic seats, 220 Republican seats, 215 Democratic seats, plus or minus 10. So there's a lot to be determined.
For me, there's a big takeaway, and that is if you are a Trump believer, if you believed in your core in Donald Trump and the big lie, you lost today, and you lost big in some of the biggest races. Forget some of the congressional seats that people don't necessarily know about, but if you were a Doug Mastriano, if you're running in Michigan, if you were any of the big names that Trump had really leaned into, you lost. And I think the big takeaway today is that Americans were able to say, we're done with that. We do not want that to linger in our politics. It's toxic. It's not something that we necessarily want. And they put the brakes on it. And I think you're seeing an opening now within the Republican Party, and having to have a little bit of this soul-searching moment is like, how long are you going to allow this to be this, toxic force in your party?
Right. I think it's part of why we are all so invested in what's going to happen in Nevada, in Arizona, in Georgia. Yes, it is about control of these bodies. It is also about whether or not the Republican Party is finally ready to untether itself from Donald Trump.
We'll remind you, though, that there are 2 states in which those election deniers are not settled. Wisconsin is one of them, Ron Johnson, who people don't necessarily identify with being an election denier, but he fully is. He jumped on that bandwagon. And in Arizona, which is a matter not settled. There are some election deniers running in Nevada as well, but everybody running on the Republican ticket in Arizona is one of them. We will we're not going to leave this topic until it's done. It's not going to be done for a few days. So we will not know at the end of today whether the House and the Senate are controlled by Republicans or Democrats. But we thank you for being with us. And thank you to my friends, Jonathan Capehart, Alicia Menendez, and Ayman Mohyeddin. Thank you at home for sticking it out with us on this crucial night and now morning in America. Do not move, because Morning Joe is going to be joined by a live studio audience as they break down the election results and discuss what it all means for the future of our country. That begins right now.
The big news.
Wait a second. Hold on a second.
Wait,
hold on.
Yes, you're interrupting.
No,
I'm surprised.
Republicans, I mean, historically, I don't know if you know this or not, but I follow politics.
Yeah.
Like, historically, they're up to win 40, 50, 60, 70 seats, right? Right, Michael Steele? We were talking about this yesterday. We were thinking, like, I mean, 40, 50, 60. So Kevin McCarthy's like he's in charge this morning, right?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Kevin McCarthy.
How many speeches did he?
Kevin McCarthy.
Kept coming out.
Meet Liz Truss.
And Liz Cheney. The big news overnight: John Fetterman helps Democrats flip the state of Pennsylvania. The only on the board from either party so far. Other key Senate races remain uncalled. Georgia and Wisconsin, too close to call. Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, too early to call. Democrats currently lead the count, 48 seats to 47.
Wait a second.
I know.
Wait a second.
What happened? Wait.
I don't understand. Michael Steele, you ran a party.
I did.
In off-year elections. I mean, I'm here because of an off-year election.
Yeah.
They usually even elect people like me, David Clough, in off-year elections.
Yeah.
I'm serious. There's always a wave. There was a wave in '82 and '86 with Ronald Reagan against Reagan. There was a wave against Barack Obama. Yeah. There's a wave. Well, I don't understand this.
It's not
Democrats are still.
Yeah.
They still have a chance of holding on to the Senate?
This wasn't even a good ripple.
Come on.
This, yeah.
There's not a red wave.
It's not a red wave.
Maybe a little bit of spotting. That's it.
Spotting, a good puddle in some corners, that's about the best you're going to get.
Spray paint. Let's spray paint around.
Yeah.
That's all I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's
Hey, Donald Trump. Hey, Donald Trump.
He doesn't watch.
Meet Boris Johnson. I mean, there was a coronation last night, probably as grand as King Charles III's coronation is going to be in the spring, and it was Ron DeSantis in Florida. Massive victory down there, right? Unfortunately, Donald Trump lost the rest of America. Now, I'm not going to say this is the end of Donald Trump, but there are a lot of Republicans this morning waking up going, wait a second, Ron DeSantis is winning Miami-Dade outright and winning 20 percentage points in this state historically, while Donald Trump is tweeting, cheering against Republicans. I don't think last night was a good win for Donald.
No, it was a bad night for him. It was not a red wave. Don't take our word for it. Lindsey Graham was on NBC last night saying, whoo, this did not go the way we thought it was going to go. This was not a red wave. That's Lindsey Graham saying that. That's one thing. The governor's races that people were concerned about, New York, Kathy Hochul held on here, Wisconsin, Michigan, where there were election deniers running, they lost there. So election denialism was on the ballot, and it lost overwhelmingly last night. Time and time again. And to your point, Ron DeSantis winning by almost 20 points in Florida, remaking the map, remaking the Obama coalition, flipping by 20 points from a couple of years ago, Latino voters. It would appear this morning this is Ron DeSantis' party and not Donald Trump's.
Yeah, it's not Donald Trump's. I mean, everything Trump touches politically dies.
Yes.
He lost in 17. He lost local races,
The negative
Senate
Midas
races.
touch.
Lost in 18. He lost governorships in the South in 19. He lost in 20. And now, of course, 22. Just a massive loss. I want to talk, though, about something I didn't hear enough about last night, Jen, and that is how the final polls were showing that Dobbs, the overturning
didn't matter
of a woman's right,
Yes.
right, didn't matter. Now, I mean, David Plouffe and other people that are a lot smarter than me will always say you don't know exactly who the electorate's going to be, and that's why we shouldn't kick pollsters around. You never know if populists are going to go to the polls in more. But last night, early on, you started seeing. What did voters today think were the most important issues? Abortion, 35%. You know, what?
It does turn out.
And what happened was, those were the people pollsters didn't reach. I didn't hear that enough last night.
Yeah.
Dobbs made a huge difference, and I think every Democrat should send a pie to a member of the Federalist Society that they know, because the Federalist Society
You know what? We'll bring one to Leonard.
Yes, we'll have City.
Bring cookies to the Supreme Court.
And cookies to the... No, seriously.
Yeah.
This was the quiet revolution, the silent majority, even in states like Kentucky.
Yes, we do not know in Kentucky, a state where Joe Biden was walloped in 2020, whether or not they're going to protect a woman's right to choose. That is amazing.
Hello.
It was a huge night for abortion rights across the country. I mean, women voted in droves. In a number of states, that right is now protected. In a number of states that are unexpected, and it also drove a number of people to victory. So, yes, what people said a few weeks ago, that it didn't matter, that it was fading, it didn't. Turns out that wasn't right.
Number one issue in exit polls in the state of Pennsylvania was abortion. Number one issue for John Fetterman, and also for Josh Shapiro, who won big. David, let you take it wherever you want. You've got the smart mind about what happens from here and what happened last night. But independents, a fascinating number there. In off-year elections, the out party usually loses independents by wide margins. Early on here this morning, we're seeing Democrats winning by a couple of points, holding on to those votes.
Well, the lesson is there are more conservatives in every swing district and swing state than there are liberals. So the math is simple. Democrats have to do at least enough on turnout. They have to win the middle of the electorate everywhere. And they were able to do that last night, I think, in part or largely because of abortion. The other thing is voters under 30. I think they were underrepresented in polls. And so, you know, if our democracy is saved and we sit here on January 21st, 2025 after the presidential election, we have a democracy, we need to thank young people who turned out to protect the enterprise.
And if you talk to Democrats, they would say these are the states we're most worried about. All right? Wisconsin. A lot of Democrats are saying this summer, Evers isn't going to be able to hold on. Michigan. Whitmer was in the fight for her life against somebody who said a 14-year-old girl getting raped by her uncle was a perfect reason to not let her have an abortion. And then Pennsylvania. I mean, you look at those three states and how they're going to be run in 24. That sweep, a lot of people may not be talking about it this morning, is massive.
And the big difference for, first of all, Tony Evers beat his 2018 margin, which is actually pretty amazing, right? Nobody thought he was going to win, and he beat his 2018 margin.
And can we stop for 1 second and just say, in an environment, worst inflation since 1982, an economy that's reeling and moving towards a recession, a stock market that's crashing, and yes, crime, people feeling less comfortable in cities than ever before. And that's the environment Democrats won in.
They did. And now, all the states you mentioned, Joe, what's really important, I think, is that that could have gone in the direction of election deniers, people who did not want the will of the public to determine who they would elect, being the Secretary of State or the governor, or determining how people could vote, how easily they could vote, and whether or not they would certify the outcome in 2024. That was potentially headed in that direction in all of those states. And victory, democracy, democracy won out, which is a good news.
Well, we're still counting votes in this election, but my mind, of course, goes to the next election. So the other thing it shows, you just mentioned how tough the economy is. Listen, I hope Democrats find a way forward in Florida. We've got to put that back in play eventually, but really hard now. So Democrats, to win the Electoral College, have to win the blue wall. And those three races, those three states showed that it's still intact, even in this environment. Really important for the future of the country.
So the three big losers again. Donald.
Yep.
They all begin with the letter D.
Dobbs. Right? And election deniers. And Vaughn Hilliard tweeted this out, very helpful. And I said, pro tip, don't run against democracy in America. You will lose. And tonight, the GOP governor candidates who refused to say if they'd certified Biden's 2020 election all lost. I had it on my phone. You took it off the screen. I'll put it on my phone again. Tim Michaels, Wisconsin. Tudor Dixon, Michigan. Doug Mastriano, Pennsylvania. Oh my God, Doug, just please go home.
It's time.
All right? Watch Netflix for a couple of months. It's bad. Darren Bailey, Illinois, down. Dan Cox, Maryland, got crushed. Lee Zeldin, beaten. And Carrie Lake right now, oh my God, she's whining so much.
Carrie is going to whine a lot today. She's going to...
I mean, election deniers got pounded last night.
So what does that say about the American people writ large, but specifically the people on the front lines of those votes in those states? I think there was a lot of question about whether or not they would stand on that wall for democracy and, you know, succumb to the fancy rhetoric and the glossy look that a Carrie Lake would have. And they didn't. They said, no, we are better than this. We know what happened in 2020. And I think the idea of just going further into the crazy, folks just like, I can't. And I think folks are looking for, can we just stop doing stupid? Can we just stop pretending this stuff is real and focus on, and why that's important, Joe, to your point about governors. Everyone focuses on federal elections and Congress. It's the governor's races where the people are closest to those candidates, and they're much more in the mix in terms of the narrative. And that, to me, says a lot. When all of those gubernatorial election deniers go down, it tells me that the American people are a lot more engaged than we believe they are, give them credit for. And that was proven in some of the last pollings that we did here at NBC, where democracy was the #1 issue going into the weekend before the election.
We haven't called Arizona yet. We're going to go to Steve Kornacki in just a minute. But Kelly's looking good for the moment right there against Blake Masters, another election denier. Don Bolduc lost in New Hampshire, an election denier who twisted himself in knots during the general election, tried to say, well, I've reviewed the evidence and maybe the election was good. So he loses to Maggie Hassan in a race that Democrats are worried about. Donald Trump trashes him after the race, said you didn't deny the election enough. That's why you lost. So they're all twisted in knots over this. He loses. I'll give you another one. Lauren Boebert in Colorado. Third congressional district. She's in the mold of Marjorie Taylor Greene and the other conspiracy theorists. She hasn't lost yet.
She's the one who said that if Jesus had an AR-15, he would have been crucified.
So that race has not been called, but she is in a fight and she is trailing right now.
So, and you look at these things, and it just, you bringing up New Hampshire reminds me of the fact what we were all hearing yesterday morning. And what we were hearing yesterday morning, despite the fact we said this seems to be going in all different directions, this doesn't feel like a wave. But guys, I know you were hearing it. Republicans saying, we think we're going to win New Hampshire.
Yeah.
We think we got a good shot at Colorado. We think we're going to win New York. We think we're going to win Washington State. Those races weren't close.
No.
Like Michael Bennet. Like, that guy could have stayed in bed the last couple of months. He won so easily.
And Tiffany Smiley, who was the Washington Senate candidate, who was supposed to be the huge rising star for the Republicans, we never even saw her face on television, at least not most stations. But the other thing I think taking away from last night, coming into this election, everybody thought the economy being #1 on voters' minds meant that is very bad for Democrats. That is not played out. And it may be that actually voters care, American people care about the economy, and they maybe like the Democrats' plan better when they're picking. And that is a different takeaway than we heard for days too.
I think the bigger problem actually is that the Republicans just don't have a plan.
Yeah,
They
that's
bitch
true.
and they whine. They don't have a plan.
Something's better than nothing.
They've been complaining about the Affordable Care Act, about Obamacare for 12 years. In 12 years, they've never come forward with a comprehensive health care plan of their own. And they had no plan for inflation.
None.
So
Right.
I'm sure a lot of Americans were thinking, you know what, it's horrible. Maybe I need to go Republican. You get closer and closer, then you go, wait a second. They haven't told me a single thing they're going to do.
Well, it's such a deeply flawed brand. I mean, this was a huge opportunity for them because of the tough environment, right? But I think a lot of voters are like, the price of change is just too high.
Yes.
I cannot go with these folks. And Trump, you know, he presided in the White House over a catastrophic 18 midterm loss. You know, he is the architect of this loss.
Yes.
And I think it's going to be fascinating in the days to come how many Republicans are actually able to speak publicly. Will they speak publicly and say, we have to be careful about assuming this guy is our nominee? Because 37% approval rating with that electorate last night. I mean, it is catastrophic. I mean, Mitch McConnell was right when he said a few months ago, remember, candidate quality matters. It turns out, you know, he was prescient.
Yeah.
Quick case in David's point. Pennsylvania.
Oh, my God.
Pat Toomey decides, I don't want any part of this Republican Party anymore. I don't want to have to bend the knee to Donald Trump. I'm out. I'm getting out of politics. Okay, so they run him out, a guy who could have held on to his seat. Who do they bring in? Not Dave McCormick. Donald Trump puts his hand on Dr. Oz, the TV doctor who lives in New Jersey, and he loses the race. So, yes, Donald Trump was the architect in that state and many others.
Dave McCormick,
that he would have done well. Yeah, he would have done well. There are some states where we're still waiting to see what happens. Let's bring in NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki at the big board. I think in some states there I feel like they're not sure if Herschel should fly the plane.
Well, so let's take you through where things stand in terms of the battle for the Senate right now. Remember, came into yesterday at 50-50 in the Senate. That was good enough for the Democrats to control it with Kamala Harris's tie. The big change so far has been in Pennsylvania. It's a Democratic gain. What that means with the rest of the map is there's 3 Democratic-held seats, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and there's 1 Republican-held seat, Wisconsin, all uncalled. The lead for Ron Johnson, the Republican in Wisconsin, sits just north of 30,000 votes. There are some Democratic votes still to come out of Milwaukee, out of Madison. There are some Republican votes to come from elsewhere. So just for the sake of argument, if you say that Johnson hangs on there, if he doesn't, that's ball game for the Senate. But if you say that Johnson hangs on there for the sake of argument, then it's going to leave Georgia, Arizona, Nevada in a question of can Republicans win 2 out of those 3. That's what they would need to get the Senate. Otherwise, Democrats hold it. And if you just take a look at where those 3 stand at this morning, here we are in Georgia. Raphael Warnock with an 18,000 vote advantage over Herschel Walker. There are still some votes to come in. You can see they're about 96% of the estimated vote. Our decision desk has not touched this, has not called this. I could say that the Secretary of State's office in Georgia last night publicly tweeted that they are preparing for a runoff in this race. Because, again, nobody gets to 50%. They would go to a runoff. That would be on December 6th. Very possible that neither Warnock nor Walker finish with 50. This goes to a runoff to be determined on December 6th. Then you take a look at Arizona. You're talking about this one. The big development overnight is in the biggest county of the state, which is Maricopa County. Maricopa County appears to have completed counting all of its same-day vote. If you were watching these votes as they came in last night, initially Mark Kelly and Maricopa had an advantage north of 20 points. It's now fallen to about 8 points. That's the effect of having all of that same-day vote counted in. What remains in Maricopa County, and this can sometimes be a days-long process, ballots dropped off in the final few days before the election and on Election Day. They'll release them in nightly batches in Maricopa County. But you can see this is critical, I think. The lead that Mark Kelly has, the lead that Mark Kelly has statewide is 107,000. Okay. Now, in the 2020 presidential election, when turnout was higher, when we reached this comparable point, overnight, Maricopa same day counted, the advantage that Joe Biden had in the state was 110,000 votes. Okay, and it came down about 100,000. So That is in a higher turnout atmosphere, though. So given that the turnout is down and Kelly's lead is sitting close to 110,000 as well, I think, again, there's no characterization from our decision desk, but that's a pad there that Democrats are probably feeling pretty optimistic about. And it makes the difference between the Senate race, 107,000 vote lead for the Democrat there, and the governor's race, where Katie Hobbs has gone through the same set of votes now that we just talked about and is ahead by 70,000 fewer almost. That is prime striking distance for Carrie Lake with the vote that is still to be counted, at least potentially. So that's going to be the story the next couple days. Based on what we saw in 2020, that final vote that was counted up was Republican friendly. If it were to be that Republican friendly again, it would be Lake might be in a good position, but Masters might be falling short. But that's a big question here. What does that vote look like? Does it look different than 2020? If Republicans fail to get Arizona, then they absolutely need to get Nevada. You're looking at the governor's race here, but let's call the Senate race up. And again, the development overnight here in the Senate race is that Adam Laxalt actually took the lead in the count over Catherine Cortez Masto. Now, what is left to be counted in Nevada? Primarily two things here. Late arriving, like dropped off day of, drop box vote in Clark County and in Washoe County. We're trying to get a handle on exactly how many ballots that means to be counted in those places. Is it enough for Cortez Masto to overcome a 22,500 vote deficit and win this race? You look at the governor's race, the Democratic governor down about 40,000 votes, so notably a difference between the two of those. But essentially, I think what we're looking at here, this is governor, what we're looking at here is this. Let me just call this up. If Johnson hangs on here, if this goes to a runoff, all right, now just for the sake of argument, if Democrats hang on to the Senate seat in Arizona, and for the sake of argument, if Laxalt hangs on in Nevada, what that would add up to is 50 Republican, 49 Democrat, and a runoff in Georgia that would determine control of the Senate on December 6th. And conversely, if Cortez Masto is able to, in the remaining votes, overtake Laxalt, and that actually stays Democratic, then the runoff in Georgia would still proceed, but Democrats would have control of the Senate no matter what. So I think a lot is resting on understanding exactly what that remaining vote is in Nevada, and if indeed there is enough there for Cortez Masto to overtake Laxalt and give Democrats an outright win there.
So I'm curious. John Rawlston had talked about he believed there were a lot of mail-in votes still coming in Clark County. And if they break 2-1 for Cortez Masto, then that could put her ahead. Do we know? Are there 100,000 mail-in votes in Clark County still outstanding?
That's what we're trying to get a hold of. It would be Clark and then to a lesser degree, but not insignificant, Washoe County, where Reno is. Those two counties combined are 90% of the state. And that is the question right now that we're trying to get a handle on. Exactly how many outstanding ballots are there? And then, as I say, there is that question, same question we have in Arizona is, are they going to break? Because in Arizona, what we found in 2020 was that there was a big difference in terms of the votes, the early votes, the mail votes that were dropped off early on versus the ones that were dropped off at the last minute. The ones that were dropped off at the last minute were much more Republican in character than the ones that were returned early. That's why Trump made up a lot of ground in the final days of the vote count in Arizona in 2020. Not enough to win the state, but enough to make it close. So there's a question there in Arizona and I think in Nevada as well of what the character of the remaining vote would be, the political character of it would be. So that's what we're trying to figure out. There could certainly be enough for Cortez Masto to overtake Laxalt. Laxalt did have a pretty good overnight just in terms of putting himself in contention here. So I think it's the biggest wild card here. There's an opportunity, there's a clearer opportunity for Democrats, I think right now, for Republicans in Nevada than there is in Arizona for their Senate candidate to get that pickoff. They're going to need to get one of those two, then they're going to need to force Georgia into a runoff and win Georgia. That would be the Republican path to Senate control right now. Anything short of that could still have a Georgia runoff, but it wouldn't matter. Democrats would have the Senate.
All right, Steve, thank you. And we're going to be breaking this all down through the 4 hours of Morning Joe. So Steve Kornacki will be back later this morning.
Thank you, Steve.
As the results continue to pour in.
And so, David, we've been warning our viewers for the past couple days that if it comes down to Arizona and Nevada, to just sit back and relax because they count 2 votes, they take a break for lunch, they have a ham sandwich, then they come back, count 1 more vote, and then leave. They're always slow in Arizona and Nevada. I mean, why? Do you know?
It's just, I think, a huge influx of mail ballots. A lot of people. California is another place. We've got key House races. Those may take a couple of weeks to count until we have a result. So a lot of people drop off their mail ballots at the very end. And so those tend to add up. But yeah, I think that listening to Nevada, I mean, I think there is a path there. And the question is, Washoe County, I hate to see it as a Democrat red, but maybe with the mail-in ballot, it's able to turn blue. But I think it's going to be super close. But and I think Nevada is interesting from a 2024 perspective because it's probably the state Biden won that I'm most concerned about. And so that's a place where a lot of work has to get done to get those 6 electoral votes feeling a little more confident heading into 2024.
All right,
and by the way, we've been hearing for weeks that Nevada was gone.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody expected it to be this competitive.
So also ahead this morning, veteran Democratic strategist James Carville will join us with his takeaways from last night's elections. Plus, former Congressman Carlos Corbello is our guest. He predicted last night that we're seeing the beginning of the end of MAGA. Also, Ed, we'll take a look at Tim Ryan's concession speech and why he called it a privilege to concede the race to J.D. Vance. And former President Trump's reaction to last night's results, including celebrating the loss of one Republican candidate. You're watching Morning Joe. We'll be right back.
I have a privilege right now, a privilege, as someone who was the Democratic nominee. I have the privilege to concede this race to J.D. Vance because the way this country operates is that when you lose an election, you concede and you respect the will of the people, right? We can't have a system where if you win, it's a legitimate election, and if you lose, someone stole it. That is not how we can move forward in the United States.
That's Congressman Tim Ryan conceding the race last night after he lost to Republican J.D. Vance in a hard-fought race. That shouldn't be an extraordinary act, but in these times it's an extraordinary act and an important act. He said it was a privilege to lose to a guy that he feels like he would have been better to represent the state of Ohio, but this is the way it works. He went out and fought for a year and a half and lost. You concede the race and you move on.
Yeah, no, you're right. And by the way, I think this is a guy, he ran a great race.
He did.
It was an incredible
He ran as good of a race as he ran. And I've always been a big believer that usually the better political athlete wins. That didn't happen here. J.D. Vance, and I'm not piling on this morning, but I've talked about it before. GOP donors, GOP activists, they all say he was the laziest, worst candidate that they've ever seen. He would insult donors at roundtable meetings. He was petulant. He was lazy. He didn't like campaigning. And why is this important to bring up? It's important to bring up because it shows that Florida and Ohio are 2 states Democrats are going to have to think long and hard about before investing a dime in there in 24. They can rebuild the infrastructure, but right now, Texas, Ohio, and Florida, please, Democrats, Democrats, it's fool's gold, all right? All right, focus on Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, 270. But they always say, oh, you know, next year, Texas is going to swing. No, and let me just say also, Tim ran a great race. And by the way, a lot of people like piling on Beto. Beto runs great races. His presidential campaign got off to a tough start, but his statewide races are things to admire. He goes, he campaigns, he goes across the state, he confronts. Let me tell you something. He was running uphill nonstop.
The whole time.
The whole time. So I have nothing but great things to say about Beto. He lost. He ran a great campaign.
Same with Tim Ryan.
Yeah. You know what? It's not a Democratic state yet.
It's not a Democratic state, and the list that you gave, the only one that I would carve out, because I've been tracking Texas since I was a state party chairman, is Texas. The Democrats have done a very effective job of winning closer to the ground in Texas. And it's a process. Everyone thinks that you turn these states overnight. You don't. You have to convince voters to go outside their comfort zone and vote for the opposite party when my daddy's looking at me like I'm crazy, right? I'm not doing that. But they've done a good job of winning mayor's races and city council races, sheriff's races, slowly making that turn. I still say that by the time we get to 2028, Texas will be a battleground state in this country for a host of reasons. Maybe not in 24, but the trend lines are there. Florida is red. Where Democrats need to recalibrate is Florida. I would not say Texas.
They need to rebuild from the ground up. The thing about Texas, though, that's fascinating is, of course, the Dallas suburbs have been breaking blue. A lot of my friends that I served with in the Republican Congress got wiped out in the suburbs of Dallas. And when I was there, those were the safest seats, right? But I saw a New York Times map. And I'll throw this to both of you guys. It's fascinating. We've been hearing nonstop, oh, all the Hispanics, because Hispanic men love macho leaders. They're abandoning the Democratic Party. This is historic. Texas, blah, 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 blah. You look at that map, and along the border, it's all blue this year. It's all blue. If Democrats consolidate, by the way, we heard, oh, the border, all the Hispanics are now like, they've got like tattoos of Donald Trump on their chest. No, they held their own along the border, and they did well in Dallas suburbs. That is something to build on, even though Beto got beaten badly last night.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's put Florida over here, and when Democrats have their Come to Jesus meeting, they'll have Florida as a big discussion point, and that's fine. And the Republicans will have Donald Trump, which feels more problematic or harder. But the Hispanic vote across the country is not the same in every state. So this notion that just because in Florida, where the Hispanic population, you know, is older, socialism doesn't really play there because there's a lot of first generation, second generation.
Socialism.
Exactly. It doesn't sound or feel good. And there's also a lot of Spanish language disinformation ads being run in Florida primarily. Other parts of the country, the Hispanic vote is young. It's Democratic and young. Overwhelmingly in states like Nevada and states like the border, as you said, in states like Arizona. This is a huge opportunity for Democrats, and there's no indication it's moving toward Republicans.
And by the way, this is a district that was flipped back, and we heard so much about this, and this was going to be an example of the red wave for Hispanics. Not even close.
Well, yeah, because I think there was a sense that if there was going to be a red wave, you were going to see massive non-college movement, particularly among black and brown men, to the Republicans. And I think outside of Florida, there's no evidence of that at all. And listen, I agree with Michael. It takes a generation to turn a state from a red state to blue state, or blue state to red state, but Texas is on that trajectory. We will get there eventually. I think, is it 28? Is it 32? And of course, with 32 electoral votes, it completely changes the chess match.
Yeah. So David, your snapshot look at what happened in Florida, is that a Ron DeSantis phenomenon? Is that a South Florida phenomenon? He lost Miami-Dade by 20 points 4 years ago and won it by several points last night, and flipped, as I said earlier, the Latino vote by 20 points in his favor.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen a big American county move that quickly. Yeah. It's a massive change. I don't think it's DeSantis. I think he's got strength down there, no question. So many people have moved into Texas. I think a lot of those people are Republican voters. And listen, a lot's changed. You know, remember when Obama won Florida in 12, I think we won it by 50,000 votes. We basically tied the Cuban vote. So big change there. But DeSantis has a story to tell. I think the story he and his team are going to tell Republicans is, look what happened in the oasis of Florida. I can do that for the entire Republican Party elsewhere. Now, a lot of that's BS, but it's a hell of a story to tell while Trump is licking his wounds, in Mar-a-Lago.
It's a strong story to tell. I will say, it comes down to numbers too, Willie. We're talking about all the people that have moved into Florida pre-COVID, during COVID, post-COVID. So in 2018, when DeSantis almost lost, right? Democrats had about a 250,000 registration advantage, right? This election, Republicans, for the first time, went ahead. And they didn't just go ahead by a couple of votes. Republicans, there are about 350,000 more Republicans than Democrats. That was like a 500, 600,000 vote registration swing. So just all of the trend lines are massive there. And by the way, I mean, that's what makes it so hard for him to come back.
And that's true for sure, but also in DeSantis' case, voters like the way he handled COVID, trying to open up quicker.
Especially schools.
They like the way he just handled Hurricane Ian just a couple of months ago. Schools is another one. And if you listen to his victory speech last night, it was a lot about this fight against wokeism and move to Florida if you want to live in a free society. And that resonated with a lot of voters.
Just real quick on the point, I just want to go back to a point that was made a little bit earlier about what Republicans do next. If anyone thinks that there's going to be a grand meeting at the Capitol Hill Club of Republican intelligentsia around Donald Trump, it ain't happening. The reality of it is, despite the losses, and in some cases massive in terms of the resources that were put into winning those races, Donald Trump still has a firm grip on a lot of the GOP. And his messaging and his ability to animate the base in a way is going to be a real test for someone like DeSantis beyond Florida. And that's the next great battle to come. You saw the president coin the, Ron DeSanctimonious, which actually more to come, right? So you can begin to see where, to your point, the lines are going to be drawn within the GOP over the next few weeks, because the 2024 presidential cycle begins tomorrow.
So let me just say, if that is in fact the case, and Republicans still still hang tight with Donald, I can tell you a lot of Democrats are saying good, because he lost in 17, he lost in 18, he lost in 19, he lost in 20, and I've got to say, and we'll be hearing a lot about this over the next couple of weeks, there is no way for us to adequately explain to you just how historic last night was. In an off-year election, we've never seen anything like that. You could look at 2002, right after 9/11. You could look at 98 after impeachment. Those don't come close to what happened here. What happened last night has not happened in our lifetime. And proving, and we're going to go to break, but we do need to talk about this, because we have a few people in the White House that watch in the morning.
Pace yourself, sweetie.
And they bitch at me when I complain about the White House. Proving what John Kennedy said after the Cuban or the Bay of Pigs. He said, success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. Success has many fathers this morning, and we have yet to talk about the one man everybody would have blamed if Republicans had a good night, and that is Joe Biden. All we've heard is his low approval ratings were going to drag down. He's too old. He's too out of touch. He's too unpopular. This is going to be a massive loss for Joe Biden. Not even close.
We'll talk about all of that next block. David Plouffe, Jen Psaki, Michael Steele, thank you all very much for starting us off this morning. We appreciate it. And coming up, one of the Democrats coming off a big win last night, Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado will be our guest. We're back with much more on this very special edition of Morning Joe after the election.
We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die. People have come here because our policies work. Leadership matters. We refuse to use polls and put our finger in the wind. Leaders don't follow, they lead.
Welcome to a special edition of Morning Joe. We're going over the election results.
Do you feel special this morning?
I do.
Yeah.
I feel like, well, what was our motto yesterday? We were going to put it on the mugs. It was a good one. All of this is wrong.
All of this is wrong.
Yep,
But it's just our way to cover ourselves, because we said you never know what's going to happen this election.
The polls versus the exit polls.
Right. Everybody was talking about how this was going to be a massive
crime.
Republican thing, and we were saying it just didn't feel like a wave election. But then, I said maybe we're wrong. But Claire, Claire McCaskill's here. Claire, I was going to say. And my dear friend who pays for his friendship with me every day on Twitter, Eddie Glad Jr.
Eddie.
My mother, God bless her soul, God rest her soul, always said, Joey, judge yourself by your enemies. Well, poor Eddie is judged by his friends with me, so I appreciate your friendship. Claire, listen, I don't believe in knocking pollsters, because it's an impossible task trying to guess who's going to come out. And over the past couple of cycles, they've underestimated right-wing populists. And so we've seen polls way off. Last night, when I started seeing exit polls that said most important issue, and abortion was at the top, and one media exit poll after another media exit poll, I said, wait a second. Before the election, that was down at 5%, which shocked us all, but it was down at 5%. And so after the results started coming in, I said, oh my God, these are the voters that the pollsters missed. That there was a huge surge of people who came out who said, no, you know what, you take away somebody else's rights. You're not taking away mine. I mean, you got to put Dobbs and abortion at the top of the list for explaining a lot that happened last night.
Yeah, last night was a very bad night for Donald Trump, but it was a very good night for women. You know that old saying, hell hath no fury?
Right, I do, yes.
I don't think people understood how it was visceral. It was, women felt it in their gut.
I think men too, for the women they love and care about.
Exactly, and men too. But we have grabbed back freedom for the Democrats with this issue.
And by the way, this is not a blue state issue, as we saw in Kansas.
And Kentucky.
Well, I was going to say, and as we saw in Kentucky last night, this is not a blue state issue. This is an issue that, again, for 60%, 65% of Americans, really matters. And Republicans, they didn't just celebrate the overturning of Roe. The state legislators started passing just the most extreme pieces of legislation that we saw in exit polls last night. Only 9% of Americans support it.
Here's Kentucky.
Right. And they're not going to stop, Joe. This is a real problem for the Republican Party. They are going to keep pushing this. There is a segment of the Republican Party that this is the only motivating force in their life as it comes to the government. And they're not going to stop.
Yeah.
They're going to keep going. They're going to go after medical abortions, because now the pill is being used way more frequently than any other method. They're eventually going to go after IVF.
Right.
I believe they will actually impact IVF in this country in some states if there is not a federal law passed that codifies Roe.
So our headline right now, Eddie, says Dobbs deniers and Donald lift Democrats. Let's talk about the second one of those, deniers. Election deniers got crushed last night in governor's races. Crushed. I mean, you still have Arizona that's still, standing out there, and maybe she squeaks out a win. If she does, that's like 1 out of 7, 1 out of 8. Election deniers proved last night that is a recipe for defeat.
Absolutely. So there's another D word. So Dobbs, the deniers, Donald, but who won? What won? Democracy. So we saw the power of American democracy. Democracy is always in the hands of everyday ordinary people, Joe. When we're in moments of crisis, it depends on everyday ordinary people to step up and take on the responsibility of the republic. And so we saw last night, and we shouldn't get ahead of our skis, to use Mika's favorite phrase. We shouldn't get ahead of our skis here and think that everything has been resolved, because everything has not been resolved. What we know is that there wasn't a red wave. What we know is that there wasn't a red tsunami. What we know is that the election deniers who want to erode the fundamental foundations of our republic, that they failed miserably. And Americans said that loudly.
What is that? We have talked, and there have been some grim conversations around this. What's that say to you about the fact that from coast to coast, Americans rose up and said, yeah, you know what? No, we kind of like our democracy the way it is. And also, exit polls last night showed that like 80% of Americans were like, yeah, I actually think that elections are fair in America.
Right. Well, it lets me know that there are Americans who fundamentally believe that our way of life is a good thing, right? But it doesn't resolve the problems we face. Right. We come out of last night still deeply divided. But it's clear to me that Americans decided not to give the reins to mad men and women.
Yeah. Jonathan Lemire's with us, of course, the host of Way Too Early. Author of The Big Lie, the bestseller. You're about to get on a plane to Southeast Asia with the President of the United States. Let's talk about what happened last night, though. By their own admission, no red wave. We heard that from Republicans in public last night who expected big numbers. When we talk about waves of 2010 or years like that, we're talking 40, 50, 60 seats. This is going to be a handful of seats and a net gain. Republicans likely will control the House of Representatives, but by a small margin. What do Republicans take away from this, and what did Democrats see from the results last night?
Well, certainly it's a significant disappointment for Republicans. The mood at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump held an election night party, very, very subdued. A lot of his hand-picked candidates have gone down to defeat. He also, of course, as we've been talking about this morning, Ron DeSantis emboldened. He seems like he might be the future of the Republican Party. That's not going to sit well with the other Florida man in this equation. They are disappointed. Yes, they still may keep the House, but it'll be a slim margin. And look, even just winning the House obviously will stall the Biden legislative agenda. They can open up a slew of investigations. They'll have the power of the subpoena. Things will get messy, but it's nowhere near what they thought. Democrats are emboldened.
Right.
It's obviously Nevada's still out there. The reports coming in, their votes being counted. That's really close. But if the Dems are able to hang on there and keep Arizona, which is looking good, then they'll have control of the Senate even without a potential
And by the way, for Supreme Court selections, it's absolutely critical.
Absolutely. If you keep the Senate, you can confirm your judges, you can get your cabinet members confirmed, and yes, if a SCOTUS nomination vacancy opens up, you can do that too. So legislation might slow for Biden, but there's no question, especially if they keep the Senate, he's a big winner here. He steps onto that flight to Air Force One for a couple of summits with a pep in his step, and there had been some talk that he might not do the traditional day after midterm news conference. I wouldn't be surprised if we hear from him now. I wouldn't be surprised.
An advisor close to Biden tells NBC News the president and his allies believe that the results are clearly better than they could have been, and he tweeted a photo of himself last night on the phone congratulating Democratic winners. And I think, Joe, one of the things, since in the weeks leading up to this election, we've been, and Claire might agree, concerned about the performance of some Democratic candidates.
Right.
And we still are. But it does show that voters, they decided to participate in this as well in a big way when it comes to democracy, when it comes to, you know what, I'm going to believe in this election, and I'm going to believe in our election process, and I'm going to participate in this democracy because this is our country.
Well, and look at Pennsylvania, Claire. I mean, we all saw the Fetterman-Oz debate, and Fetterman, I'll say it again, clearly challenged. It was the guy, obviously, his communication was impaired. But
he showed up.
And he showed up, and I think he got a lot of points for that.
Yeah.
He was in a situation, I'm sure, was nervous. It probably made his condition worse. And that's really the last we saw. But you see clips on local Pittsburgh stations and Philly stations of him rallying the last week. Big, booming voice, confidence, joking. That's what voters in Pennsylvania saw. A very strong, very connected John Fetterman. And it made the difference in the end.
It did. And, you know, John Fetterman was the essence of authenticity.
Right.
Yeah. He is comfortable in his own skin. He was comfortable. Hey, I wear a hoodie and shorts. I'm going to wear a hoodie and shorts. Deal with it. And, you know.
Please don't tell my kids that, okay?
I'm just telling you. And meanwhile, you know, we got Mr. Crudité. Oh. And not only was he Mr. Crudité, on the Saturday before the election, he didn't even know the Steelers had a bye week.
Now, come on.
And you know, that is political malpractice in Pennsylvania.
No, it is.
That shows you he is not a Pennsylvanian.
No, that is, we talked about it. That's like Martha Coakley, like mispronouncing a few Red Sox names and saying, I think I've been to Fenway once. I'm not sure. What, is that is that an open market? Yeah. I mean, it didn't work well. By the way, Massachusetts, first woman governor last night.
Yes, they did. That was an easy pickup for Dems there. But you're right, we joked about the Fenway Park thing and the Steelers bye week, but it reinforced the perception that he was not of Pennsylvania. Right. That he was from somewhere else. He didn't understand what Pennsylvanians care about. And we know in the Keystone State, Steelers, Eagles, that comes first and second. Every other matter is after that. And it showed that Oz wasn't one of them. And Fetterman proved it down the stretch that he was.
Definitely.
One last point. John was talking about Donald Trump not going to be happy with what happened last night, especially with Ron DeSantis. Here's how he was feeling yesterday. Trump did an interview, and he said of Ron DeSantis, if he did run, I will tell you things about him that will not be very flattering. I know more about him than anybody other than perhaps his wife, who's really running his campaign. Donald Trump is very worried about Ron DeSantis.
He's very scared of Ron DeSantis.
He's so been there. He really hates him.
And that was a coronation last night. I mean, you can't overstate how massive DeSantis' victory was. And you also can't overstate the contrast between Ron DeSantis' last night and Donald Trump's. You had a guy who, had a historic victory, and with Donald Trump, and I'm not saying this being glib, you had a guy that lost yet again. This guy just keeps losing.
And flailing on social media, criticizing candidates that he had previously backed because they lost, trying to absolve himself of any responsibility.
Eddie Glaude Jr., Claire McCaskill, Jonathan Lemire, thank you all very much. And still ahead on this very special broadcast of Morning Joe, we're going to bring in Bob Woodward, Eugene Robinson, and John Meacham, plus a live report from Florida, where Republicans captured an historic sweep of every statewide office yesterday. We'll also go live to Arizona, where the race for U.S. Senate is still too early to call, and the Republican nominee trailing in a tight race for governor is making claims of fraud. Who's surprised? We'll be right back.
Run your river.
When all the ballots are counted, we believe we will win this race.
Never expected that we were going to turn these red counties blue, but we did what we needed to do, and we had that conversation across every one of those counties. And tonight, that's why I'll be the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania.
Tonight, you, the good people of Pennsylvania, you won. Opportunity won. A woman's right to choose won.
Whether you voted for me or not, the thing that I promise to do is go to the United States Senate and fight every single day for the people of Ohio. Thanks to you, we get an opportunity to do just that.
I have the privilege to concede this race to J.D. Vance, because the way this country operates is that when you lose an election, you concede.
We had a big day today, and don't let those cheaters and crooks think anything different. Don't let them doubt. Don't let them put doubt in you.
As you all know, things did not quite turn out the way we had hoped. But that's all right.
Gosh, it's great to be here, gathered in the red county of Miami-Dade.
We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die.
going to, declare victory until all the numbers are in, but I just want to give you guys the sense that this race is over.
Our state has experienced one soul-crushing crisis after another over the past few years. But even during these trying times, the fighting spirit of Georgia has prevailed.
Tonight, we stopped Stacey and saved Georgia.
Just hang in there a little bit longer, because something good, it takes a while for it to get better.
Whether it's later tonight or tomorrow or 4 weeks from now, we will hear from the people of Georgia.
That Georgia race is still too close to call. I do have to ask, though, Willie, who does the lighting for Herschel? Because it shoots it straight up from the floor, right?
It's the Jimmy Fallon flashlight.
From the people who brought you the Blair Witch Project.
I know.
Herschel Walker.
You know, of all those people that we showed right there, Mika, do you know who the saddest was?
Who?
J.D. Vance, because he's going to have to go work now.
I know, he's going to have to do it.
He did not expect to work.
I was going to say also Donald Trump.
Well, yeah.
And anyone who denies elections.
Yeah. No, it was a very bad night. But Mike Barnacle,
Mike Barnacle's here.
History made last night. Republicans should have picked up at least the 40 seats that Democrats picked up in 2018. They should be +3, +4 in the Senate races. They just lost coast to coast, except for Florida. Ron DeSantis had a massive night, and that's a massive loss for Donald Trump.
Never, ever underestimate the American people. By the millions, this pageant of democracy that we have, this magical day where people of all castes, all incomes, all races, all genders come out and vote. They stand in line for hours sometimes to vote. And yesterday they voted, and they walked in, and a huge number of them looked at the ballot, forgot about the pollsters, forgot about what we talk about each and every morning, and they said, oh, I could vote for crazy, or I could vote for normal. And they checked the normal box. And that's why we're here today. And one more thing, please, if you could allow me just to say, the star of last night, to my mind, was Tim Ryan.
Tim Ryan.
Yes.
Tim Ryan.
He is.
You know, I wrote a column 10 years ago called Crazy Never Wins.
Yeah.
I talked about my dad and how my dad was, a rock-ribbed Republican, but all the crazies that started early in the primary, people like my dad go, no, we're not going to do that. We've lost our way over the past 5-6 years because crazy has won at least one election and then lost a lot, but still impacting the debate. But, Mike, you talked about people having that choice. We bring up Brokaw all the time saying, why don't we wait for the American people to make the decision? One of my favorite books is Making a President in 1960, and Teddy White begins with this beautiful, beautiful scene in New Hampshire. And sometimes when I read it, I go, is this fiction? Is this still reality? And a night like last night shows you it still is, that the American people have the last say, and sometimes they go in a completely different direction than all the professionals say
they do.
And think about the tide that they were swimming against, the tide that we've talked about, the tide that's in the news each and every day, the economy. No Democrat's going to be able to swim through the tide of the incoming economy, of the recession that they think is approaching, of inflation, of the cost of gasoline, of the cost of bread and milk. But guess what? They did.
They did?
They did.
By the way, democracy and constitutional rights ended up being more important than pocketbook issues. It's not always the economy, stupid.
It's so interesting how the exit polls looked really different than the polls we were all talking about at this time this morning. Joe's been up all night. Were you up all night?
Not all night,
Oh,
but Joe and I
God.
have some experience
Pace
from
yourself,
our days.
Scarborough.
You know,
Let me frame out
Willie
the morning
and I,
for you.
First in the Turkish
no,
prisons
please.
and then Studio 54. I don't remember
All-nighters.
much of it, but all nights, Willie and I would be
He's
talking
so
politics, would go
punchy.
downstairs. Bianca was on the white horse.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just crazy.
Okay.
Andy, Liza, everybody was down there. It was a lot.
Barnacle was
Cash
there.
bail night for you guys. I remember
Great.
that. Cash bail.
Okay, so Georgia is one of the reasons
Willie and I
why.
wish they had no cash bail back in 77. All right, I'm sorry, Miki.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm
Are you
ready.
punchy? You got to zip it for just 1 second.
Yes,
we'll
ma'am.
frame everything out, okay? All right.
I'm just.
As I said, the reasons why we still don't know the balance of power, Georgia is one of them. In Congress, we do know that Democrats have exceeded expectations by far. Here is a look at the Senate at this hour. So far, Democrats have flipped Pennsylvania with the win by John Fetterman over Republican Mehmet Oz. It's the only pickup on the board from either party so far.
You know, Dr. Oz did his show from this studio.
He did. It failed.
Check under your seats for magic beans that will help the diet.
It might help your
issues.
digestion.
Yeah.
You might find like a model of a stomach or something.
I don't
It was
know.
all fake. I think Claire called him out in front of Congress for lying to his viewers.
Yeah.
Right now, it's Democrats, 48 seats, Republicans, 47. Georgia and Wisconsin, too close to call at this hour. Arizona and Nevada, too early to call at this hour. And in the House, while NBC News cannot project a party winner, the decision desk has released this estimate showing Republicans with 220 seats and Democrats with 215 plus or minus 10, meaning either party could still win. Right now, Democrats have flipped 5 seats. Republicans have flipped 11. That's a net gain of 8 for Republicans so far. Republicans needed to flip 5 seats to gain control, but with votes still out in several competitive races, NBC News is not yet able to make a definitive call.
And Mika, just for context, why Democrats are celebrating, despite the fact they're likely going to lose the House, the average over the last 90 years or so has been the out party loses 28 House seats. Right. Add 8% inflation to that. The president with approval numbers in the low 40s. The expectation was a huge red
narrative
wave,
of his.
and it absolutely did not happen last night.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been talking about it this morning. The big reasons for the red wave that wasn't Dobbs, deniers, and the Donald. They all lifted Democrats. The issue of abortion turned out to be a massive factor yesterday, with the Supreme Court's decision in the Dobbs case to overturn Roe v. Wade playing a much bigger role than polls before the election suggested. The election deniers running in key races across the country, for the most part, lost big. And Donald Trump, once again, I mean, come on, Republicans, seriously. Please stop putting your hand on the hot stove. It hurts. It hurts. Donald Trump once again dragged your party down to defeat. Do I have to speak more slowly?
But it was
for
at
you
a
to
time that you guys
understand?
should have won.
He lost the House for you. He lost the Senate for you. He lost the White House for you. He was the first president since Herbert Hoover to lose all 3 in one term. He lost the 2017 elections for you in states like Virginia. He got crushed in 2018. Well, you did, actually. He just sat there blaming you. In 2019, he lost again. Governors won in states like Louisiana and Kentucky. Democratic governors. And 20, lost. And now 22. Once again, Donald Trump has made you the biggest loser. I mean, come on. When are you going to wake up? You know, Republicans, all right, historically, Republicans had expected to win massively, do well in swing states. And we're also banking on upsets in New York. We all heard it yesterday morning. All the Republican analysts are, yeah, we think we're going to win New York. No. In New Hampshire, Maggie Hassan's got, no.
Colorado. No, we got no. Washington State. Republicans have been telling me for a month that they were going to beat Patty Murray. Patty Murray, he didn't even break a sweat. I mean, come on. It was a massive, massive night, Robert Gibbs, was it not? And everything Republicans were telling us off air and so on air, wrong.
Reminds me a bit of 2012, the last campaign stop. We told Barack Obama he was going to be reelected president. Turns out about the same time Mitt Romney's campaign was telling him he was going to be elected president the night before. They believed a different electorate was going to show up, and I think they believed a different electorate would show up last night. You know, I think we look at the different issue sets. We talk about abortion, we talk about elections now. I think what we probably underestimated was the sort of confluence of those issues in the idea of extremism.
Right.
Really was a force multiplier. And if you talk to any Republican pollster, and you saw it in the exit poll last night, and you ask somebody, what is your position on abortion? And you ask him, no exceptions in any cases, lands you right about 9% of the American people, right? Republican pollsters, this is a terrible thing. We can't be for this. But if you've aligned at something like that, if you've denied elections, this is the snowball that keeps getting bigger as it rolls down the hill. And to Barnacle's point, all of a sudden, crazy versus normal is a choice. If you'd have lined up all the statistics yesterday, as we were talking about, consumer confidence, approval rating, right track, wrong track, all of those things, you would have been like me and sort of hiding under your desk as the polls closed. But I think, again, that extremism accumulated, and we saw something I think is pretty stunning. Lots of important votes still to be counted.
Right.
But the fact that we're not doing what I was doing in 2010, which was reading old transcripts of presidential press conferences the day after and trying to figure out what verb or what word would we use to describe this.
You went with shellacking.
Shellacking.
Barack Obama picked that one. He picked that one, yes. But they're not sitting in the White House today figuring out whether it's shellacking or thumping.
Right.
Is historic. It's historic.
Yeah.
And we're not grief counseling this morning.
You know what I told Mika? I told Mika all week.
Oh, my God.
I said, Mika,
just...
do we really want to have a live audience?
I mean,
because I seriously, I said...
We were going to celebrate our 15th anniversary of this show, and we just canned it. We were like, it's going to be too depressing.
There's going to be a big celebration. And I just said, I've spent my entire life, my entire adult life being a grief counselor, and I'm just not up to hugging everybody and telling them everything's going to be okay.
When it's not.
When it's not.
But it is.
But it is. So anybody want to hug me, I'll be up here up front later. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. So, all right, so I'm a conservative. I'm a small C conservative. I'm a Burke. I'm a Kirk. I'm an old line conservative. And I've said this week, I believe in gravity. And everybody's freaking out, oh, this is happening. There's no consequence. I said, the consequences will come. They'll come in the courts, and they did for InfoWars. They are for Donald Trump. They'll come on Wall Street. We saw, we've seen they've come for Facebook. Zuckerberg's lost over $100 billion himself this past year. Massive layoffs. Breaking news this morning. Elon Musk having to sell $4 billion of Tesla stock. Gravity returns. And we saw last night gravity returning too. And again, I'm conservative. I'm not cheering against conservative candidates. I'm cheering against candidates that don't believe in Madisonian democracy. And it seems that gravity is returning in all aspects of our public lives.
To quote Barack Obama, reality has a way of catching up with you.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's remarkable. I think, voters, not just Democrats, but especially Democrats, really sent a message to their own party leadership last night, which is, we still believe in democracy. We are still showing up. And we need you to fight. And we're still in the game. And I think the defeatism among Democrats that you talk about all the time is really misplaced. The Democrats should be really focused on organizing the way Republicans are. They should be at every single town board, Board of Education meeting, running for every single local office all the way up. There's no reason that they shouldn't be competitive, because clearly they still are.
Right.
You know, and I was really heartened. There were just a lot of bright spots across the country last night, but the enshrining of abortion rights in Michigan, in particular, a state where I used to live. I went to the University of Michigan. My 5-year-old goddaughter is watching this morning, and she's wearing this shirt apparently that says "Girls Can Save the World."
Right.
Maya, hi Maya. She actually went into the polling booth with her mom yesterday for the first time, and getting to have that conversation about why they vote.
That's neat.
You know, that's what's happening across the country. Americans still want democracy.
Yes.
We're still alive.
Yes. And really, you know, there are times that candidates come along, they sweep up voters. You know, John Kennedy, Ronald Reagan, Barack Obama. And they sweep them up and they begin something bigger, right? Last night, as Maura said, it was Democrats, it was independents, it was Republicans that picked up Democrats and said, come on, we still believe in a place called America. Come on, get energetic, get positive, get aggressive, win this country back. They did it for the party. And now the party, as Maura said, the party's got to be positive. They've got to be energetic. They've got to go focused and go forward and win big in 24.
And what you and Maura both are saying are not even partisan statements. It's just saying we think that this place is worth saving. We think that we shouldn't have people who deny elections. We think we should have people who respect the way we've done things for more than 200 years. And as Mike said, there has been a sense out there that some of that is slipping away from us. It's getting out of control. And what voters went out and said last night is, give it back.
We got this.
Give it back. We want it back. We want this to be a normal country, for lack of a better word. And we saw young voters who were not accounted for in polls. I think part of that is because, let's be honest, do you answer calls from unknown callers? I don't.
No.
So we have to rethink the way we do polling. Independents defied historical trends and went out and voted for Democrats, not by a lot, but by a little bit, which historically, Mike, the out party loses those independent voters as they swing back toward the out party. So there was a lot going on last night. We could talk about the issues in the economy. That's all important, of course. But to the larger point, there was a sense that people wanted to pull things back to the way we've always done it.
You know, never underestimate human nature. And one of the things about human nature, especially if you have a family and you have children, you teach your children, you try to teach your children from a very young age, don't be a sore loser.
Right.
You know, just accept it and go on. You'll learn from it. Don't be a sore loser. The clip that we played coming into this segment of the Republicans' reaction to their winning is to denounce their opponent.
By the way, how classless of Brian Kemp. You know, I won 4
Marco
times.
Rubio.
You know, I won 4 times and I won big.
Yeah.
And you know what I did every time I won? I said, I didn't deserve this. I didn't deserve this, but let me tell you about the people who deserve this. And you know what? After my first race was the most bitter race. I mean, the negative stuff thrown at me, the last 4 weeks of the campaign, first thing I did is I called my opponent and I said, you know what? I didn't deserve to win tonight. Any other year, you would have won, and I'm not going to succeed at my job without your help. I know you're hurting tonight, but can you please help me? Because I really need your help. It's amazing what that does.
Grace.
It's amazing what a little bit of grace does. Why can't Brian Kemp show it? Why can't Marco Rubio show it? I'm trying to help them. This helps your political career.
But they define themselves by what they say and how they behave, because people know who sore losers are, and now, looking at them, they recognize sore winners.
Right.
Yeah.
And they don't
Bad
like
winners.
them. One other element to Mara's point about what happened in Michigan and the power of women. My home state, Massachusetts, we have a woman governor. We have a woman lieutenant governor. We have a woman state treasurer. We have a woman state auditor.
Wow.
How great is that?
That is so great.
Love to see it.
That is amazing.
And a woman attorney general.
And by the way, I can say this as a guy from the South. That's in Massachusetts, not actually the most progressive state in America when it comes to, I mean.
All right.
Well, so we're represented here by a lot of friends from Maine. All right. So we're a lot of friends in Maine. But I have a friend in Maine who owns Beale's Lobster House.
Yeah.
And he said 2022 lesson, candidate quality matters. Robert, can't state that enough, can you? Candidate quality matters.
Mitch McConnell said this a few months ago, and it was exceedingly unsubtle. Right?
Yeah, Mitch was right.
It was very focused. And you look at Georgia is a great example. Herschel Walker runs significantly behind Brian Kemp. You can imagine, Joe, one of your former colleagues, just a normal Georgia Republican congressman, probably wins that race going away. The fact that New Hampshire was, in the end, not all that competitive, given the fact that Maggie Hassan won 6 years ago by 1/10 of 1%.
Right.
Well, by 10 last night.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
In a state that Republicans were all saying at 7 o'clock, we're going to win this.
Yeah, and then you look at places, you know, add to them the Blake Masters is running behind the Republicans in Arizona. So real challenges in places, picking up seats in Ohio, you know, for congressional seats, 5 for Democrats, right?
And flipping Cincinnati, my old friend Steve Shabbat lost. I mean, a guy that since Ohio won being flipped.
But this is the real, what you all have been talking about, this is the real Trump effect, because you can see this in a place like New Hampshire, right? Again, or a place like Georgia. You nominate a sort of middle of the road, normal Republican in that state, and that's a really tough state for a Democrat to win in Georgia or New Hampshire in this environment, in this election. But right now, the very edges of the Republican Party is exactly what's winning every one of these primaries. And it begins on day one to position you, again, far out of the mainstream. All of a sudden, the first thing that you're talking about at that first stop with a reporter isn't your plan for how do you help people. It is, so walk me through the proof you have to deny the election that happened 2 years ago. Again, all of a sudden you're talking to those normal middle-of-the-road voters about something that they think has been settled for more than 2 years.
80% of Americans.
Chaos, extremism, people just didn't buy that.
And Mika, Willie, think about this. 2 big issues. Election deniers. 80% of Americans tell pollsters, exit polls, yeah, we're good. You know what? We believe the elections are fair. We believe they're free. We have confidence in them. 80%. And then on abortion, 91% of Americans, 91% say, yeah, we need some exceptions to abortion. We know a lot of Republicans are running around and trying to make 14-year-old girls who get raped by their uncle have abortions, making 10-year-old girls who get raped have to flee their states. 91% of Americans are saying, that's not us. That's not who America is. It catches up to candidates.
Ask Tudor Dixon how that worked out in Michigan, taking the 9% position on abortion. Ask Don Bolduc in New Hampshire how that worked out. Election denialism. He loses by 10 points in New Hampshire. For a lot of people just waking up, want to get caught up on some of these key Senate races to pick up where you probably left off last night. Let's begin in Pennsylvania. Democrat John Fetterman has defeated his Trump-backed opponent, Dr. Mehmet Oz, flipping a clean seat previously held by a Republican. In Ohio, Republican J.D. Vance has defeated Democrat Tim Ryan, keeping the seat in Republican hands. Ryan conceded to Vance in a phone call shortly after the race was called last night. In Florida, Senator Marco Rubio has secured a 3rd term after defeating Democrat Val Demings with relative ease when you look at the numbers. Rubio had consistently trailed Demings in fundraising, but also consistently ahead in the polls. A number of races this morning still too close to call, including Georgia, where Democratic incumbent Raphael Warnock leads his Republican opponent Herschel Walker by about 18,000 votes. looks, though we don't know for sure, to be headed for a runoff in December. Wisconsin Senate race also too close to call right now.
Interesting.
Republican incumbent Ron Johnson leading his Democratic opponent Mandela Barnes by about 33,000 votes there. It is too early to call the Senate race in Arizona at the moment, but Democratic Senator Mark Kelly currently leading his Republican opponent Blake Masters by about 6 percentage points. Also, too early to call the Senate race in Nevada. Right now, Republican Adam Laxalt has about a 3-point lead over the Democrat there, Catherine Cortez Masto. Tuesday night, also a big night for incumbent governors from both major parties. Let's start with the Republicans. As we've been discussing in Florida, Ron DeSantis cruised to victory over Democrat Charlie Crist. 20-point win, including a win in Miami-Dade County. More on that in just a moment.
What do you think Donald Trump
I don't think he's happy.
What do you think Donald Trump
I think he might be a little jelly
about Ron DeSantis winning by 20 points?
Big time
There's
jelly.
a reason yesterday Donald Trump spent the day attacking Ron DeSantis yesterday.
I think he calls him
ahead
Ron
of this win.
DeSanctimonious.
So steep headwinds from the start for Charlie Crist there. He was looking to unseat one of the presumed frontrunners, perhaps, for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination if he decides to take on Donald Trump. Stay tuned to that. In Georgia, Governor Brian Kemp defeated Democrat Stacey Abrams by more than 8 points, an even wider margin than when the two faced off in their 2018 race. In Texas, Greg Abbott successfully fended off a challenge from progressive Democrat Beto O'Rourke, winning by double digits there. As for the Democrats, Michigan's Gretchen Whitmer won her bid for a second term, defeating Republican Tudor Dixon. And in a race that many thought could be a bellwether for Republican wins across the country, New York's Kathy Hochul held on, defeating Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin by about 6 points. In Wisconsin, Democrat Tony Evers won a nail-biter over election denier Republican Tim Michels. Evers hanging on to his seat there. Democrats also picked up an open seat in Pennsylvania's governor's race, with Josh Shapiro handily defeating far-right extremist Doug Mastriano. And Democrat Wes Moore making history in the state of Maryland, becoming Maryland's first black governor and the third in the nation. Moore defeated the Trump-endorsed Dan Cox by more than 20 points so far, flipping the governor's mansion from red to blue in a state dominated by Democrats. Two key contests still remain too early to call this morning, with about 80% of precincts reporting Nevada's incumbent Democratic governor, Steve Sisolak, trails Republican Joe Lombardo by 5 points. And in one of the most closely watched governor's races of the year, Arizona Democrat Katie Hobbs leading Republican Kerry Lake by 2 points, with 67% of precincts reporting. We caution still a bunch of vote to come in there.
Yes, and important to point out, the candidates that were endorsed by Liz Cheney didn't do too badly last night as well.
No, they did
Alyssa
very well.
Slotkin, Abigail Spanberger, right? These were...
Well, I'm going to say, we haven't really talked a lot about the House races, but when Virginia 7 broke hard for Spanberger late in the count, and it was
Very
late.
late.
It was like,
Very late.
77% in. It's like, oh, she's going to lose. And then, boom.
Yeah.
Man, it was like Secretariat just racing down. You're going down at the Belmont. It was an unbelievable win. And Democrats at that point said, hold on a second.
Hold the phone.
Wait, okay, because everybody had said that was going to be the bellwether. I'm going to say one more thing. We've got some great guests we're going to get to, but there are a couple of things we need to underline that are very important that people haven't talked about a lot. And I want to talk about, Robert, 3 states that Democrats have been so nervous about for good reason, because if they lost those states, then the election deniers could rob Americans of the duly elected president in 2024. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Those really are. Florida's not the battleground. It's all about those 3 states now. And if you ask most Democratic operatives this summer if they were going to win those 3 states, they'd go, we're going to probably win 1 or 2, but we will not win all 3. Nobody expected Evers, nobody I talked to, expected Evers this summer to win. won pretty handily. I mean, it's pretty incredible what happened last night up there.
Yeah, and interesting, the Republican gubernatorial candidate was asked a question or said at a rally, if you elect me, we'll never lose again. Again, one of those things at the very end, it's sort of, I have to imagine that if you could have a conversation with Oz this morning, he might think, maybe showing up with Donald Trump 2 days before the election, what I've spent the last 2 months trying to be the middle of the road guy, might not have been the best picture to leave people with. And that's even before we get into the Pittsburgh thing. But no, I think those are going to be some huge stories as we pull back and think through what might have been. Because you can imagine in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, and in Michigan in 2024, what an apparatus that includes a Republican Secretary of State and a Republican governor that refused to certify an electoral count, right? Because you start pulling votes out of the Electoral College because somebody doesn't certify, and you've got a real challenge.
I've got to say this too, Mika, really quickly. Again, we have to keep context. We have to keep this all in context. Evers, who barely won 4 years ago, wins comfortably last night in the worst environment possible for Democrats. Inflation, worst inflation in 40 years. And that always falls on the party in power, the governor in power. We're heading into a recession. People know that. Their 401ks have gone down.
The housing market.
People know that. The housing market's collapsed. It's hard to even get a place that you can rent. You've got to always keep this in context, because the Democrats did better.
Yeah.
In this case, in Wisconsin, in perhaps the biggest swing state, even with everything going against them.
Even history going against them.
And history especially going against them, and they still won. You can't overstate how historic last night's win was.
And speaking of history, let's bring in Associate Editor of the Washington Post, Bob Woodward, and presidential historian John Meacham joins us. Good to have you both. John Meacham.
Wait a second. Willie, Mika's going to ask him a question, but he can't talk. He can't bring up Shays Rebellion.
Is he going to?
If anyone can pull it off, it'll be John.
You can't be boring this morning, Meacham.
It's not allowed, John.
Okay.
I will try. I will endeavor. But I do think the French and Indian War has a lot to teach us.
There it is.
Oh, yes, that's hot. Okay.
There it is.
John Meacham, what happened last night?
What happened last night, it seems to me, is you have, as Churchill once said, when it comes to Trump, it may not be the end. It may not even be the end of the beginning of the end, but it was the end of the beginning. And I think that basically politicians act on incentive. Lincoln said all men act on incentive. And if Trump cannot deliver, then in fact his influence diminishes. And this may be fool's gold, as Joe was saying, if I'm wrong, but the results are that it turns out not to be a political winner in a democracy to launch an insurrection.
Oh, that's what it is?
Well, we certainly hope
we
certainly hope that's true, and it was borne out in the results last night, Bob Woodward, by these races. There was no red wave by the mission of many Republicans. Senator Lindsey Graham was on NBC last night saying this certainly is not a red wave. And a lot of these races that we looked at, from governor's mansions to Senate races, all the way down into some of these House contests, where election deniers were stopped in their tracks, and people who denied the election in the primary because it worked for them there. That was a failing strategy in a general election when you've got to win the entire state. So you've watched a few of these things over the years. What did you make of what you saw last night, Bob?
Well, first of all, some of the exit polls said Trump was not a factor. I think he really was a factor. Trump is so embedded in the national consciousness that in an election like this, so close to 2024, he's a big factor. Real quickly, I think three things happened. Trump always complains. I know he complained to me, you don't understand me, you don't understand me. And actually, I think people are beginning to understand who he really is. That understanding is his problem. There's so much evidence from the January 6th insurrection. To a certain extent, Trump, I think when you examine this, as I have, is really the father of the pandemic that killed 1.1 million people in this country. Second, I think voters are looking at the larger national interest, something politicians are supposed to do. A lot of people like Trump, and I think is kind of, oh, I like him, but I don't need him. It is, the country does not need him now. Third, I think people look at, we're going to have a crisis. We always have a crisis. That's the thing Trump is worst at. And given Biden's experience and this level of understanding, I think Biden now has politically, people realize he's going to do a better job in a crisis.
Joe, to Bob's point about Trump, just a minute ago, the lieutenant governor of Georgia, Republican, Jeff Duncan, said, quote, "This is truly a pivot point for the Republican Party. Donald Trump is no doubt in the rearview mirror." That's from the Republican lieutenant governor of Georgia.
Well, and you had Mark Thiessen of the Washington Post basically saying the same thing, talked about how disastrous last night was for
on
Republicans.
Fox, he said that.
Yeah, he said how disastrous last night was for Republicans, and they need to
rethink
move
everything.
forward, rethink.
Now, that may be a little wish casting on the part of the lieutenant governor. Donald Trump still has a strong hold on a lot of people in this country.
Well, and I think this morning there are a lot of Republican consultants, or Democratic consultants, that are saying, yeah, please bring him back, because he's got like a 9.74 ERA, and he's got a 93 or 73 mile an hour fastball that he puts right over the plate. Democrats, again, can't overstate this enough. Democrats just beat him every year. I mean, if he didn't want to overturn democracy, you could almost feel sorry for him, but you can't.
No, can't.
Because he loses every year. Oh, it's getting so boring.
But there's still going to be a big challenge wresting the Republican nomination.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, you know, because if you think, let's say 10 people run and 9 people cut up the maybe 50% not Trump. Right? The other structural problem that Republicans have in the primaries, once you get past 3 or 4 of these races, it's winner take all. Yeah. Right? This is how Trump beat Cruz in 2016. Because you get to a point where you're not having to get 50 plus 1% in these states. You can just hang on with a group of people, get your 33, 35%, and take home all those delegates. So I think there's a lot of interesting things to play out here in this Republican nomination.
You know, the choice is so clear, though, for Republicans, so clear. They saw DeSantis, they saw what happened, practically a coronation, and they saw Trump once again leading them to defeat. John Meacham, you know, you've talked a good bit about the United States going through a period that could be the 1850s, and I think a lot of historians would agree with you. A lot of political analysts would agree with you. But talk about last night. Again, a massive change of direction for this country, where voters perhaps decided, no, we want to say no to that future. We want to bring this country back together.
Well, I think if this had been an ordinary election, then you would have had, I saw your exit polls there, you would have had one of these historic elections where, you know, Harry Truman wins World War II and loses the Congress. Lyndon Johnson won the largest landslide to that date in American history in 1964. In 1966, he loses more than 60 seats, and Ronald Reagan becomes governor of California. And more recently, you came to power in a 60-seat year, right, in 1994. 2010, you know, just it goes on and on. So all the smart guys, right, were sitting around waiting for this to be this vast Republican wave, and it wasn't. So you step back and you say, why? it may just be that Americans, by and large, and again, it's just enough, right? It's not a Democratic wave, let's be very clear, but enough Americans said, I actually want a constitutional republic where we argue about differences peaceably, we don't encourage political violence, we understand that democracies are about giving and taking, and it's harder to give than to take. Our natural instinct is to take. And I think more than half the country made a decision that they would rather have a constitutional republic where you may not get everything you want on policy this afternoon, but you want to preserve a system that has delivered more good than ill.
So, Bob Woodard, you have spent more time with Donald Trump than anybody, perhaps Melania, and you've got him on tape. So I'm wondering, what do you think about the theory that perhaps, in an irony, a complete political irony, his dominance in the media will end up defeating him because he appears now in front of the American public filled with bitterness and narcissism that anyone can recognize?
I think that's exactly right. And I think the more you experience Trump, and this is the point about we're beginning to understand this core dimension of him, which is it's all about him itself. He really, in the middle of the pandemic, he's worried about the election, not developing a plan while he's president to do something about that. And people are just seeing more. I think there's more evidence. John Meacham talks about, you know, people want a constitutional democracy. I don't know if there are many people who take that high road, but it's part of the raw evidence from January 6th that, wait a minute, this is outrageous what happened. All you have to do is look at a minute of that video and listen to Trump's inspiring this kind of violence. So what we're doing is we're getting more information, and I think people are responding to it. I also think there's much discussion about Ron Klain, Biden's chief of staff. I know him. I haven't talked to him for over a year. But you look at what happened, and I think not only give Biden some credit, but give Ron Klain some credit. Yeah. He kind of kept on this message, okay, we're doing fine, we're doing well, and this is part of the evidence of it.
You know who else would say that Ron Klain deserves that thanks? Ron Klain. Bob Woodward and John Meacham, thank you both. I'm joking, Ron. I'm joking, Ron. Good to see you guys. Wonderful to see you.
You're not boring.
So Maura, John talked about violence.
Yeah.
Maybe they're offended by violence. We've often talked about the fact that sometimes we wonder if we're talking too far up here. Bob said that maybe Americans don't think that. I think they do. And you know what? Sometimes things happen in the last week of a campaign that have a massive impact. And people don't go thinking about just that one thing. But I will tell you, if they were concerned about Republicans and January the 6th and violence, they saw somebody spouting Trump talking points who broke into Paul Pelosi's home, battered him in the head, cracked his skull,
oh my God.
Had this 82-year-old grandfather rushed to the ICU in a life-threatening injury, and you had Republicans mocking him. You have Donald Trump, who's been mocking him all week. People don't, maybe some people don't think that Americans focus on things like that, but you know what? They go in and they're going January the 6th, election deniers, overturning Roe, mocking an 82-year-old grandfather, right? It all adds up, and I think it added up last night.
I totally agree. It's extremely heartening and a huge relief I feel this morning, just from knowing that a majority of Americans, and even not only Democrats, actually don't want to live in a country where that happens and that is accepted. I think at the same time, though I am generally an optimist, I can't help but feeling that when you look at the wins of folks like J.D. Vance, and then, of course, even more so DeSantis and those big tallies that he got last night, you get the sense that while Trump himself may have kind of been defeated or vanquished, Trumpism still lives. And I think it's an ever-present threat. And I think that, you know, we really are at a moment where much more is being asked of Americans who are committed to democracy than simply showing up to vote.
Right.
And I think now that's really where the focus needs to be. It's not enough to just show up on Election Day. You know, people are going to have to go get involved in their, again, their, you know, Board of Education, their city councils. People are going to need to run for office. Americans are being asked to save the country, essentially.
Right. And not just
they can't
Democrats.
rely.
Not just Democrats,
Yeah, that's
independents,
right. Actually,
Republicans,
that's right.
and they came together last night.
Yeah, they did, but they need to come together every day. So now the work begins.
Mark A., Robert Gibbs, Mike Barnacle, thank you all very much for being on this morning. And still ahead on Morning Joe, more on the Senate race in Georgia, including exit polling that shows what voters in the state think about Herschel Walker's judgment. Plus, Arizona gubernatorial candidate Carrie Lake continues to attack the media as results pour in from her state. She doesn't like the results.
Wasn't she in the media?
She doesn't like the bastards in the media.
Yeah.
Huh?
She is the media, right?
I know. So why would she use
so
that
confused.
name? Also ahead, Republicans won big in Florida last night, but there was a small bright spot for Democrats. We'll take a look at that. And as we go to break, another example of how a candidate can show grace in defeat.
In the coming years, American democracy, it will be tested. This is going to be the great challenge of our lives. Possibly one of the greatest challenges our nation has ever faced. But I am here tonight to tell you that yes, even tonight, I still believe in America.